Alright, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Let's stream a little bit of Steins Gate. Alright, stream it up. Some. Love how I can hear this ad on my Twitch feed, even though I have that muted. Really? On my own stream? Come on. Alright, here we go. Let's start. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
すべては偶然だ。だがその偶然はあらかじめ決められていた世界の意志でもあった。俺はイカれてなどいない。至って正常だ。ここでは真実を語っているんであって、断じて中二病の妄想なんかじゃない。きっかけはほんの些細なことだとしても、それが未来の大きな流れを決定づけてしまうこともある。バタフライ効果という言葉を知っているか？知らないなら調べるのだ。それぐらいの慎重さが求められているのだということを理解しろ。残念ながら俺は慎重じゃなかった。自分の愚かさを分かっていたらあいつを失うことになんてならなかった。未来をこんな形にしてしまうなんてこともなかった。分かるはずがないだろう。その瞬間の自分の手に人類全ての運命を決定づけるような重大なターニングポイントのスイッチが握られているなんていうことは分かるはずがないんだ。考えてもみるがいい。普段の人間の知覚は 99% が遮断されている。人は自分で思っている以上に愚鈍な生き物なんだよ。普段の生活の中に埋もれている何気ないことなど気にも留めないし、知覚したとしてもすぐに忘れるか脳が処理をしないかのどちらかなんだ。うかつなことをするなと、軽率なことをするなと、見て見ぬふりをするなと、もっと注意を払えと。陰謀の魔の手は思った以上にずっと短いなって、いつでもお前を陥れようと手ぐすね引いているのだと。
Well, that was a bit long.
始まりはあるか、終わりはない。無限、星にもまた始まりはあるが、自らの力を持って滅びゆく。有限、英知を持つ者こそ最も愚かであるの。歴史からも読み取れる。海に生ける魚は陸の世界を知らない。彼らが英知を持てば、それもまた滅びゆく。人間が光の速さを超えるのは、魚たちが陸で生活を始めるよりも滑稽。これは抗える者たちに対する神からの最後通告とも言える。
Steins Gate. Let's see here. There's no sound from the phone against my right ear, only silence. I'm baking in the summer sun. Sweat slowly slides down my chin and drips onto the asphalt. Sweaty much? A girl is standing in front of me. She calls my name with an inquisitive tilt of her head. We are about to infiltrate deep into enemy territory, yet despite the imminent risk of death, there is no hint of tension on her innocent, childlike features. I cover my phone's mouthpiece and turn to the girl with my index finger to my lips. I nod and put the phone back to my ear. Still no sound from the other side. My contact is wise to maintain silence. The whole area could be bugged.
いや、こちらの話だ。問題ない。これより会場に潜入する。
Still no reply. Looks like they just won my report. It's too dangerous to waste time talking here anyway.
ああ、ドクター中鉢は抜け駆けをした。たっぷりとその考えについて聞かせてもらうつもりさ。何？機関が動き出しているだと。
I opened my eyes to match my shocked tone. The girl turns towards me in surprise. I sigh, shaking my head as I rub my temples.
それがシュタインズゲートの選択か。L、サイ、コンビニ。
I speak the parting words and pocket my cell phone. Steins Gate. Some know it as fate. To others, it is the will of God. You could count on one hand the people in this world aware of its true nature. In any case, we should begin the infiltration. I advance towards Radican, which is just across the street from the train station. Of course, this is enemy territory. I can't just stride through the front door like an average person. Some pleb. I bypass the elevators and escalators and head to the 8th floor by the stairwell. Jesus. But I only make it to the 7th floor before I have to stop and rest. So out of shape. The girl, Shin Mayuri, immediately resumes our conversation. She followed me all the way here, and she isn't even short of breath. She's probably just not out of shape like you. I, on the other hand, am gasping for air with my hands on my knees. Who would have thought an 8-story building would be so tall? I turned to Mayuri while wiping the sweat off my brow.
聞くな。それがマユリのためでもある。
そうなんだ。オカリ、ありがとう。
Mayuri smiles happily and doesn't pry any further. Smart girl. As always, she is quick to understand my position. We've known each other since we were both little. Mayuri is 16, 2 years younger than me, so she's more like a little sister than a typical childhood friend. I've been looking out for her as long as I can remember. I used to hope that Mayuri might become the key to Steins Gate, but now I've reconsidered. I don't want that terrible fate for her. She should live a normal life. That is my present wish. We continue to the 8th floor and enter the assembly hall. In front of us stands a cheap-looking stage with a podium and a sign reading Dr. Nakabachi's... Nakabachi's? I don't know. Time Machine Press Conference. Yeah! Totally reads Dr. Nakabachi's Time Press Conference.
それより、オカリン、オカリン。
Somehow minimized out of there. Okay. Mayuri insists on calling me Okarin. But it's neither my real name nor my code name. It's just one of those annoying nicknames people use.
マユリよ、いつも言っているだろう。俺のことをオカリンと呼ぶなと。
でも昔からそう呼んでたよ。
それは昔の話だ。今の俺は法院京馬。世界中の秘密組織から狙われる狂気のマッドサイエンティストだ。
I almost want to say this is the exact same voice actors, but I'm not sure.
だって難しくて覚えられないし。
In any case, Hohoin Kyoma is my true name.
それに岡部倫太郎と一文字も合ってないよ。おかしいね。
Cease your foolish laughter. Okabe Ryutaro may have been my real name, but I have rejected it, for it is stupid. And so I also hate the derivative Okarin. I would have changed my name to Joe Kickass. Come on, it sounds like that Elf Boy's blue pipe thing.
でね、
Oh, that's a Link reference.
えっと
Zelda reference.
教えてほしいんだけど。
Ocarina. Ocarina, yeah. In one ear and out the other. She's been calling me that for 5 years now, so maybe it's time to give up.
これからここで何が始まるの？
お前はそれも知らずここまで俺についてきたというのか。
She nods without dropping her smile.
これからここで始まるのはドクター中鉢の記者会見だ。
What a Genki. We're standing in the assembly hall on the 8th floor of Radi Khan. It is here that the conference will be held. Dr. Nakabachi is an inventor. He appears on TV from time to time and has few patents under his belt, but mostly he is treated as a curiosity.
記者会見？でも記者さんなんて見当たらない気がするよ。
Mayuri's right. I've scanned the entire hall, but there's no one who looks like a reputable reporter or cameraman. There are only about 10 of us standing in the hall, including me. Considering Nakabachi's moderate media presence and the fact that he claims to have invented a time machine, I would have expected more.
あるいは機関により何らかの妨害を受けたのかもしれないな。
I twist my lips into a sneer. I thought that Nakabachi was like me, a scientist fighting to overthrow the organization. But this press conference suggests other motives at work. Our enemies won't miss this chance.
巻き込まれるのは勘弁だがな。
Nevertheless, I'm interested in what he has to say. That's why I'm here, blowing on an afternoon of my precious summer holiday. Mayuri putters my utterance for a while before finally turning her head.
巻き巻きトカゲ？それを言うならエリ巻きトカゲだね。
I let out a sigh. Mayuri is known to not only make bad jokes, but to laugh at them too. She's always been special.
前より気をつけろ。おそらくこの記者会見、何らかの事件が起き。
I didn't even finish my sentence. Are we under attack? Are they trying to fry our brains with electromagnetic waves? Dust falls from the ceiling and the floor shakes. Blah. We are definitely under attack. It's coming from above, but we're on the top floor. All that's above is the roof.
地震かな？震度 2？ マグニチュード 2？ 震度とマグニチュードってどう違うんだっけ？
No time to deal with Mayuri's confusion. Something's not right about this. I bolt out of the conference hall and run up the stairs to the roof, ignoring the no trespassing signs in my way. The door is open. Upon closer inspection, I realize the lock has been broken. I open the door and see a billowing cloud of black smoke. There's some kind of phosphorescent dust sparkling in the air.
爆発だと。
I can't believe it. Was there really an explosion? My heart is racing. Damn, I don't know what to do. Should I run away? But why an explosion? Terrorists? No, that doesn't fit. I mean, how do you explain that?
なんだこれは。
A strange machine is sitting in the middle of the roof. It's huge, maybe 3 meters tall, and looks kind of like a satellite. Did that thing cause the shaking just now? Who put it here? Was it Dr. Nakabachi? Ah, butchered that. Is this part of his presentation? Impossible, even if that were the case. How the hell would he get it up here? My head is bursting with questions. As I search for the courage to approach a machine, a throng of reporters and building staff bursts onto the rooftop. They look just as confused as I am.
近寄らないでください。
And then a woman who I assume is a staff member appears to wave us back.
記者会見は予定通り始めますので、もうしばらくお待ちください。
Is she trying to hide something? Her response was unusually quick, almost like she's trying to keep me away from that device.
これは匂う。陰謀の匂いだ。何を隠したいんだ。さっきの爆発は何だ。
I want to know, but I shouldn't risk getting any closer. I turn and leave. But not because I'm scared or anything like that. Of course not. Staff members lead all of us back to the 8th floor. Mayuri is nowhere to be seen. She's not in the event hall either. I find her on the 7th floor. Several capsule toy machines are lined up next to the plate reading, "Birthplace of the Japanese PC." She's gazing upon them with a wistful look. I breathe a sigh of relief, then take out my phone.
これだ。どうも嫌な予感がする。俺たちの知らないところで何かが起こっているようだ。ああ、分かってる。無茶はしないさ。俺の命は惜しいからな。L、サイ、コフ。
After I speak the words and hang up, I am able to wipe the sweat from my forehead. My sweat is cold. Half of me hopes something will happen, the other half fears the same thing. Put away my phone and look back at Mayuri. She's still staring at those capsule toys. Doesn't seem to be worried about the explosion at all. I can't decide if she's level-headed or just airheaded.
マユリ、何をしている？
あのね、ウーパが欲しいなって。
Oh yeah, she gets a metal Oopa. Just as I thought. Mayuri points to a capsule machine. The sign on the front reads, Rainet Kakaru, 3D character doll series. Rainet Kakaru is a popular anime series with its own card game spin-off, Rainet Axis Battlers. They even hold international tournaments. Oopa is the series' mascot character. It resembles an elliptical egg with legs, limbs sticking out, like some sort of, like some kind of deformed dog. It's what they call an ugly, cute character. High school girls find these creatures adorable for some reason. Last year, an ugly frog character was the rage. Its name escapes me, though.
やればいい。ウーパが当たるかどうかは保証できないがな。
Wait a minute, wasn't the frog character in Chaos Head? I don't remember. Mayuri gives me a troubled smile.
でもね、マユシーは今100円玉を切らしちゃっているのです。
Mayushi is what Mayuri calls herself sometimes. According to her, it's supposed to have an star at the end? Oh, I guess like Black Rock Shooter or something? But who really cares?
だからおかりんおかりん100円貸して。
She holds her hands out with a look like a begging puppy. Looks like she was planning this from the very beginning. Well, at least she didn't say gimme.
黙ったれるな、まゆり。金若さん、俺がお前に人生の厳しさを教えてやる。
I pull out a 100 yen coin and set it into the machine slot and spin the lever.
あ
I open the capsule and take out the contents. Mayuri leans forward eagerly to see what I got.
あ、ウーパだよ。しかもメタルウーパ。
それはレアなのか？
すごく。
While I examine the metal Upa, a boy who is watching us tries his luck on the same Rynet machine.
あ、普通のウーパだ。
He looks at my metal Upa in resentment. Yeah, suck it, nerd. I turn to see Mayuri's sparkling eyes also fixed on the Upa. Hey, high school girl, you're acting like a little kid.
ではまゆりにくれてやろう。
本当？いいの？おかりん。
おーい、今日まだ。
ありがとう、おかりん。
Is she doing it on purpose?
本日はドクター中鉢によるタイムマシン発明成功記念会見にお集まりいただき誠にありがとうございます。
I hear the announcement from the floor above.
どうやら始まるようだな。
Sounds like they're starting. Whoops. I head to the stairs, but Mayuri doesn't follow.
行くぞ、まゆり。
あー、待って待って。名前書かなくちゃ。
She's preoccupied with the metal Upa. I go on ahead.
それでは早速登場していただきましょう。発明家ドクター中鉢さんです。皆さん盛大な拍手でお迎えください。
Big round of applause, huh? Dr. Nakabachi enters to sparse applause. He walks up to the podium. He's already wearing a frown. For some reason, I can feel his irritation from here.
ドクター中鉢だ。どうぞよろしく。
Nakabachi takes the microphone and begins to speak, his voice brimming with confidence.
それではここに集まってもらった諸君だけに人類史に残る世紀の大発明タイムマシンについての理論をお教えしよう。
タイムマシン？あの人が作ったの？
Mayuri appears after writing her name on the metal Upa. She's a bit late in more ways than one. What did she think a time machine presentation would be about? I take another look around the room. There are about 20 people now, including us, but still no media presence to speak of. So is this the extent of Dr. Nakabachi's fame? No one believes that he invented a time machine? I was interested in what he had to say, true, but my expectations were higher than the rest of the onlookers. And a good thing they weren't. As he proceeds to explain his time machine design, my curiosity quickly turns to disappointment, then anger.
ドクター
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same voice cast from the anime. My roar silences Nakabachi and draws the eye of every person in the room.
バカにするにも程があるぞ。なんだね、
俺が誰なのかはどうでもいい。それより今あなたが語ったタイムマシンの理論は一体何だ。ジョン・タイターのパクリではないか。あなたはそれでも発明家か。
誰かその男をつまみ出せ。
出ていくのはあなただ、ドクター。恥を知れ。金輪際、あなたには発明家を名乗る資格はないぞ。
うるさい、黙れ。生意気な若造め。
Just then, someone grabs my arm from behind. Also, John Titor is actually a very real event that occurred on the internet. I think early 99 or 2000-ish, by a guy that seemingly claimed that he traveled back in time. I mean, whether or not he actually did is, you know, one thing or another, but John Titor is actually a real person that claimed to be a time traveler. Quite convinced it's an official here to throw me out, I turn around to glare him down. It's a girl about my age. Her intense stare seems to challenge me. I take a step back. Her face looks somehow familiar. Where have I seen her before?
Oh.
We haven't met, but I know her face. It's Makasi Kurisu. A few days ago, my friend Daru showed me a magazine article titled Girl Genius Gives Lecture in Akihabara. The article was about a 17-year-old girl who had just graduated from an American university. Her thesis was even published in a major scientific journal. Girl genius Makise Kurisu. I recognize the stubborn-looking girl from the photograph. She's even wearing the exact same scowl. That's just lazy animation. What business could such a genius have with me? She takes a quick look around the room, then turns back to me with a stern expression.
ちょっと来てくれませんか。
What's with the attitude? She's obviously not staff, and there's no way that the Magisa Kurisu would be working with someone like Dr. Nakabachi. Which means, no!
貴様、機関の人間か。
Oh, Chunibyu much.
まさかここまで手が回っているとは。俺としたことか。
ふざけてないで、ちょっと来てください。
え？
My outburst has already attracted too much attention. Nakabachi in particular looks like he wants to rip my head off. It must be mortifying to be exposed as a fraud by a bright young man like myself. Anyway, I mustn't draw any more attention to myself. If the organization gets wind of my presence here, it could endanger my yuri. To say nothing of these ignorant civilians. I let Makise Kurisu... God damn it, why is it always a full fucking name? Lead me out of the assembly hall. I'm gonna call it
ここで
Kurisu.
俺に何かすれば人目につくぞ。そうなれば、貴様もいろいろまずいだろう。
何かって何ですか？人聞きの悪い。
She glares at me quite fiercely at that. Attractive though she may be, there is no innocence in her eyes. A beautiful agent, unmatched in cruelty. My heart beats in exhilaration from the danger. Looks like chaos does get my blood pumping. He, he, he.
私はあなたに聞きたいことがあるだけです。
それに答える義理はない。機関のやり方は分かっている。
だから機関って？
Instead of answering, I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ。機関のエージェントに捕まった。ああ、マキセ・クリスだ。あの女には気をつけろ。いや、問題ない。ここはなんとか切り抜け。
Kurisu suddenly snatches the phone from my hand. What skill? I didn't have time to react.
何をする？
あれ？この携帯電源切れてる。誰と話していたんですか？
Her eyes pierce deep into my soul. I quickly look away. She's good. She is trying to attack my sense of identity in order to cause a mental break? Recover. This isn't enough to sway me.
貴様に答える義理はないが一応教えてやろう。それは俺以外が触ると自動的に電源がオフになる特別製の携帯なのだ。うわははははは。
Such measures are necessary to maintain secrecy. I know things that could get me killed. I quickly retrieve my phone and wipe the cold sweat from my forehead. Sweaty much, man. Whew, that was close.
そう。独り言だったのね。
This is bad. Ordinary methods don't work on Mikase Kurisu, the girl genius. On the contrary, she's the one psyching me out. Damn, looks like I'll have to make a tactical retreat. If I can just find an opening. Suddenly, Kurisu steps up to me with a serious expression. She stares right at me, her huge eyes blazing with strength of will. Such fire, I can't look away. Could someone with such pure eyes really be an organization agent?
さっき私に何を言おうとしたんですか？
Earlier?
さっきとはいつのことだ？
Oh, I just remembered something.
会見が始まる前に。
I was with Mayuri in that Upa toy 15 minutes ago.
私に何か言おうとしましたよね。すごく悲しそうな顔をして。
Is this a trap? It does seem like one of the organization's dirty tricks. But would this girl do something that underhanded?
まるで今にも泣き出しそうで、それにすごく辛そうでした。どうして？私、前にあなたと会ったことありますか？
She seems sincere. That makes her even more suspicious. That's right, don't let her beauty fool you. She's a cold, calculating secret agent. If I show the slightest vulnerability, I'm done for. I can't talk.
そういえば、なんで私の名前知ってるんです？
俺はすべてお見通しなのだ。
My knowledge has no limits. I am a mad scientist after all.
天才少女。次会うときは敵同士だな。は？ さらばだ。うわっ
Spin around and take off down the stairs, ignoring her call to stop. Like I'd listen to the enemy.
機関目。あれほどのエージェントを送り込んでくるとは。ついに本気になったようだな。
I run all the way down to the 4th floor and check behind me. Once I'm convinced Makise Kurisu's not following me, I sigh while rubbing my temples.
だが、俺はまだ奴らに捕まるわけにはいかんのだ。
Well then, what do I do now? My mission was to attend the conference and evaluate Dr. Nakabachi's research. Now that I know he's fraud, there's no real point in going back. I guess I'll just go home. But wait, aren't I forgetting something important? You know, what is it?
ち参りを置いてきた。
I knew she'd be a liability. I shouldn't have brought her along. I was trying to prioritize her safety, but got careless. I'll try calling her first. If she's alright, then I can just meet her here. With that thought in mind, I take out my phone and I turn it on. And it rings just as I do.
メールか
There's nothing but noise. Is this a prank or some sort of Makise Kurisu style attack? Maybe the noise is some sort of make people go crazy frequency. No, wait, I don't remember giving her my mail address, so I'm probably just thinking too hard. Curse myself for being gullible enough to play the video. I have no more pressing matters to deal with anyway. I stopped the video and called Mayuri's phone from my address book.
マユリ、なぜ出ない
Looks like I'll have to go back to the assembly hall. Things will get messy if I bump heads with Makise Kurisu again.
まさかマキセクリスメマユリをさらったなおのれそれが機関のやり方か
Living without Mayuri isn't an option. Talk much. Call me overprotective, but she's like a little sister to me, and there's a very real danger that she might wander off somewhere the moment I let her out of my sight. Mayuri has always been like that. I never know if she'll be there when I turn to look. In a sense, that's why I became Hohoin Kyoma.
戻るしかないか
The thought of climbing back to the 8th floor is depressing, but I have no choice. When I get back to the assembly hall, Dr. Nakabachi's conference has just finished. Nobody is on the stage and the phony inventor has already left. The 20 or so members of the audience are starting to pack up. I soon find Mayuri. She's in the corner looking lost. Well, at least she wasn't kidnapped. Even better, I don't see Makise Kurisu around anywhere.
あの女俺におじけづいたかよかろう今日のところは見逃してやるとしよう
Still, I keep my eyes peeled as I run up to Mayuri.
マユリなぜ電話に出ないそろそろ帰るぞ
あ、おかりメタルーパがいなくなっちゃった
She turns to me with a forlorn expression.
いなくなった勝手に動き出したのかそれは実にファンタジーだな
落としたみたい
I see, so she was looking forward to it. Not like it really matters.
見つからないなら諦めろまた当てればいい
当たりっこないよだってねメタルーパはネットオークションで1万円近いプレミアがついてるんだよ
なに
That toy was worth that much?
マユリを一体どこで落としたのだ
わかんないから探してるんだよあと見つけても売らないからね
その1万円この俺の研究資金にしてやる
だから売 らないってば。マユシーの名前書いちゃったし。
Thus begins our search for the metal Upa.
トゥットゥルー、ウーパさん、ウーパさん、出ておいで。
Mayuri tries calling its name. I don't know if she truly expects a response. By the way, tuturu is Mayuri's catchphrase. It means, actually, I've never bothered to ask what it means. Anyway, Metal Upa is nowhere to be found. Maybe she didn't drop it in the assembly hall, but on the 7th floor landing near the capsule machines. Another possibility is that someone with an eye for rare items pilfered it. Just imagining the spun grin on that person's face makes me writhe with envy.
おのれ、金にしか興味のない下劣なやつめ、恥を知れ。
おかりんもね。
Well, wasn't even expecting that from Mayuri. What was that?
悲鳴かな。
I think so. Only the presenter and a few other people are left in the assembly hall. Including Mayuri and me, that's less half the audience remains. Everyone looks at each other anxiously, startled by the scream. Even I can't suppress a shiver. First the explosion on the roof, now this. What's going on here? Mayuri squeezes my hand tight.
マユリ、ここにいろ。
I take a deep breath, prepare myself, and head in the direction of the scream. The echoes lead me down a dark, empty hallway on the same floor. I'm pretty sure it came from around that corner. I crouch down and turn the corner slowly, keeping my ears and eyes peeled for any sign of danger. And there, at the end of the passage, I see it. There's something on the ground. No, someone. Motionless. Who is it? Clothes are familiar. It can't be. What? Makise Kurisu. Her face is turned away, but I know it's her. The impertinent genius girl I just fought with 10 minutes ago is now face down in a pool of bright red blood. She's dead.
え、なんで。
Suddenly I realize that I'm shaking. I want to run away. I shouldn't have come. This is just wrong. Someone killed Makise Kurisu. There's no other explanation. Who would do such a thing? There's no one else here. I twist around in shock. Some other men have followed me, and every one of them is ghastly pale. They must have seen the body.
警察を呼べ。
A man cries out in panic. At this, everyone else starts screaming and running away. I follow them, of course. There's absolutely no reason to stay here. Concern for Makise Kurisu is superseded by my instinctive urge to flee. When I get back to the assembly hall, Mayuri is waiting for me with tears in her eyes.
おかりん、どうしたの？
出るぞ。
I grab Mayuri's hand and run. I race down the stairs trying to drive the image of Kurisu's dead body from my mind. But I can't. The redness of her blood is burned into my mind more than the sight of the body itself. That was my first time seeing a dead body. Is this what it's like? When I realized that she was dead, I felt chilling terror and a surge of nausea. But that was all I felt, fear and disgust. Shouldn't there be something more? I guess I just didn't know her that well. Finally stop once we get out the main street. Chiodori. My chest pounds, my breathing's labored from running down the stairs at full speed.
ねえねえ、何があったの？顔色すごく悪いけど。
Mayuri doesn't seem to comprehend the situation. I guess it's because she didn't see the body. She's not even breathing hard. She looks slow, but she's actually pretty fast on her feet.
人が死んでた。
I take several deep breaths. Color of that blood still remains, stains my brain. Jesus. But I've calmed down a bit. Makise Kurisu is dead. And I don't know who the killer is. Sirens in the distance, I guess an ambulance will be here soon. Then the police will arrive, and this area will become a crime scene. But for now, the crowds milling through Akihabara have no idea what has happened. Everyone is going about their business as usual, the never-ending search for electronics, moe, and porn. Just another day in Akihabara. I take my phone out of my pocket and perhaps out of reflex. I'm not sure what I plan to do with it. Oh, I know, my friend Daru. I'll tell him what happened just now, since he knows about Makise Kurisu. I suppose it might be disrespectful to the victim, but my adrenaline is pumping and I can't make calm decisions after witnessing something like that firsthand. That's how humans are, after all. We're not as special as we like to believe. At the end of the day, we're nothing but dirty, slime-like flesh. Can't talk. Our souls fester like semen left to rot in the womb. Graphic. That's how we humans are. While wallowing in a bit of angst, I begin to type on my phone. Someone stabbed Makise Kurisu. Don't know who. Looked bad. Hope she's okay. I don't know if she was stabbed. That just seems like the most logical explanation given the amount of blood and the absence of a gunshot. On the other hand, I didn't write that she was dead, even though I'm pretty sure she was. I can't exactly explain why I didn't. If I had to say, I guess I felt like writing it down would set it in stone. It might make me feel guilty as well. Thought brings a smirk to my face. It's not like I'm the one who killed her. Why should I feel guilty? I just saw someone's death up close and only a few minutes later I'm smiling. Am I really that cruel and cold? Well, I am a fiendish mad scientist, so it suits me. I finished typing and placed my thumb over the send button, and then I pressed down. Sending. What was that? Wait, look around.
消えた。
They're gone. Summer break. Noon. The busiest street in town. Just now, thousands of pedestrians vanished into thin air. Is this a dream? Am I hallucinating? I don't know. But they're gone. I saw them vanish with my own two eyes. I stand petrified, speechless, and alone on the empty street. Desperate to find someone, anyone, I look up. And there at the top of Radikan, sticking out from the 8th floor event hall where we just were, is a crashed satellite. Chapter 1 Time Travel Paranoia. Quick saved.
おい、そこの貴様。俺たちが見えているか？なぜ何も答えない？貴様に聞いているんだぞ。モニターのそっち側にいる貴様にだ。間抜け面をしよって、つまらんやつだ。貴様からだと、俺たちはテレビのモニターの中にいるように見えるだろうな。だがそれは大きな間違いだ。モニターの中にいるのは貴様なのだよ。貴様が現実だと思っているその世界は、実は全て虚構。もちろん、貴様自身もな。真の現実、それはこちら側にある。自分が何を指摘されているのかすら分かっていないか。無理もない。まあいい。貴様には分かりやすく、俺たちのことについて説明してやろうではないか。まず、俺たちがいるのはどこかということだ。ここは東京、秋葉原にある未来ガジェット研究所だ。俺たちは普段、ラボと呼んでいる。世界の支配構造を作り変えるという我が野望の拠点だな。
そうなんだ。悪いことしちゃダメなんだよ、オカリン。
まいりは少し黙っていろ。駅から出たら中央通りを進み、末広町駅の交差点を蔵前橋通りへ左折。次の信号の一歩手前の路地を入ると、大檜山ビルという古臭い雑居ビルがある。その2階に、我がラボは今日構えている。目印は、ビル1階にあるブラウン管工房というマニアックなテナントだな。今時、旧式のブラウン管テレビだけを扱っているショップだ。いかに電気街である秋葉原といえども、需要があるとは思えない。寂れた店なのだ。だが、ブラウン管工房店長である天王寺というおっさんは、このビルのオーナーでもある。故に、今野球ピッチで都市開発が進み、しかも高騰しているこの秋葉原であろうと、道楽丸出しの店を構えていられるというわけだ。幸いにもあの店長は、人を見る目はあるようでな。この俺のカリスマ性を見抜き、ビル2階を丸々ワンフロア、ただ同然で貸してくれたのだ。ふわっはっはっはっは。だが、未来ガジェット研究所は深刻な人材不足のため、優秀な研究員を随時募集中だ。今のところ、所属研究員は、
オカリン、オカリン。そこはラボメンって言わなきゃ。所属研究員じゃなくて。
ラボメン、すなわち、ラボラトリーメンバーは、俺を含めて3人である。ラボメンナンバー001。ラボ創設者にして、狂気のマッドサイエンティストであるこの俺、法院京馬。
オカリンって呼び方の方が可愛いのに。
そして、コスプレが趣味の高一点。ラボメンナンバー002、椎名真由里。
てってれー、まゆしーです。着るんじゃなくて作るのが趣味だよ。
最後に、スーパーハカー、ラボメンナンバー003、橋田至だ。
スーパーハカーって呼ぶなよ。スーパーハッカーだろ、上皇。
そんな我々3人で構成される未来ガジェット研究所の活動内容は、そのものズバリ、発明である。 詳細は我がラボのホームページを見てくれ。もちろん、闇の支配権力と戦うための未来ガジェットが最優先事項だが、その研究から派生する副産物的な発明も多い。というか、今のところはそっちばかりだ。すでに我々は8つの未来ガジェットを完成させた。だが、これはまだ序章でしかない。未来ガジェットのアイデアは、俺の中に108まであるのだ。
某テニス漫画みたいにですね。わかります。
人の煩悩の数といえ、このアットチャンネルのめ。それと、俺が話しているのだから口出しをするなと言っているだろ。
そもそもオカリン、さっきからなんで独り言喋ってんの？
独り言ではない。見てわからないのか。俺は今、モニターの向こうにいるこいつに話しかけているのだ。
あ、今その人にやりって笑った。
おのれ貴様、何を笑っているのか。モニターの中の存在のくせに。
こっちみんなって言ってやれば？
通じないんじゃないかな。
俺たちに話しかけられていることにすら気づいていないらしいな。自覚がないというのは、実に不幸なことだ。
その人にしてみたら、マユシーたちがゲームみたいに見えてるのかな。
そいつには現実なのかゲームなのかっていう発想さえないんじゃね？
じゃあ、ダル君の大好きな二次元の女の子たちもそうなの？
それは別。あの子たちは僕の嫁だから。
誰の嫁の話はどうでもいい。
でもさ、マユシの言ったことって興味深いテーマじゃん？もし仮に僕たちがゲームの中の住人だとしたら、それを見極める術はあると思う？
That's really meta.
ないな。
即答かよ。
故に、そのような議論は不毛。世界の支配構造を打ち砕く方法について考える方がよほど有意義だ。
中二病、オツ。
I step back from the monitor. Displayed on the screen is an ugly cute character, Alpaca Man. This is a game called Alpaca Man 2, where you speak to Alpaca Man via microphone and watch him react. The game exploded into popularity when it was released 10 years ago, but personally I find only the ugly part of the ugly cute to be true. I bought it yesterday, 500 yen used, headset included. I turned to Daru with a menacing glare.
黙れスーパーハカー。俺は中二病ではない。
I sweep my hair back and flash a devilish grin.
おーい。今日まだ。
そういう設定っしょ。
やれやれ。誰の人とのコミュニケーションの取れなさはどれだけ経っても治らないな。
アニメのオフ会じゃ僕がいつも場を盛り上げてるっつうの。
This fat, bespectacled guy is my brother in arms and right-hand man, Hashida Itaru, nickname Daru. He's a hardcore otaku. You can always find him in front of the computer, playing games and watching anime. He has 2D wives on whom he cheats with 3D maids. I don't agree with his preferences, but to him, anything's fine as long as it's moe. He's a reliable and skilled partner who brings my ideas to fruition. Despite his insistence that software is his forte, he shows remarkable aptitude with hardware as well.
あれ、指に刺さった。
Over here, nursing a pricked finger, we have Shina Mayuri, a 17-year-old high school student. If you can believe it, I've known her since we were both small. She's also an otaku, nowhere near Daru's level though. This ditzy girl is in charge of the lab's official costume division for women, and today she's working on costumes at her leisurely pace. Why does the Future Gadget Laboratory need costumes? For women. It doesn't. The truth is that Mayuri is completely useless. Still, there's no way I could ever kick her out. After all, she was the first one to join Future Gadget Laboratory. I still remember the day Mayuri first came to the lab. It was spring, and she said to me,
マユシーはオカリンの人質だからここにいようと思います
Well, that was certainly cryptic, but her offer was my salvation. For she was the first to join me on my magnificent quest. She saved me from a solitary life on the run from the organization. I will never forget her kindness. Mayuri doesn't have to be useful. Her being here is enough.
で、オカリン、アルパカマンは反応したん？
いや全然。この内装アルパカ。
I curse his name and smack the TV. As soon as I do, the TV makes a sound like it's shorted, and then the screen goes blank. I change the channel. Nothing. Check the power cable. Nothing. Whack it again. Nothing. I guess it's broken. Damn. This crummy TV is on lease from Brown Tube Workshop downstairs. It's probably just old.
きっとねアルパカさんが怒っちゃったんだよ
けへへ後で修理できるか聞きに行かなければ。
I turn off the TV and lie down on the couch. I'm fed up with the humidity of Japanese summers. I stare at the conspicuous stain on the ceiling while fanning myself. Close my eyes. And what naturally comes to mind is that impossible scene I saw an hour ago.
消えた。
As I left Radikan, everyone vanished before my eyes. I can't explain it. And it wasn't just the people on the street. The people in the stores, gone. And the restaurants, gone. Even the cars vanished, drivers and all. And it all happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, an empty city spread before me. I could still hear the music from the stores, but those catchy melodies were the only sounds of life remaining. Heat was rising from the asphalt and waves, but I felt only a cold chill down my spine. I just stood there, breathless, until...
どうかした
Mayuri's voice brought me back to reality. Mayuri hadn't disappeared. She was right there looking at me with questioning eyes.
今人が消えたよな。消えただろ今目の前で。
Panic took hold as the enormity of what just happened struck me. Unable to control myself, I grabbed Mayuri by her slender shoulders and shook her.
前にも見たよな。
Mayuri's head flopped back and forth from my shaking.
見てない
見てない。
I stopped shaking her and looked straight into her eyes. She returned my gaze with eyes clear as glass marbles.
見ていない。見ていないのか。だってついさっきまでここにはたくさんの人たちが歩いていたんだぞ。
歩いてたかな
それに店員まで消えている。こん なこといくらなんでもありえない。
それは仕方ないと思うよ。
Her reply didn't make any sense.
とにかくね、最初からこの辺には誰もいなかったよ。そっか、オカリンは幻を見てたんだね。きっとこの暑さのせいだよ。トゥットゥルーン。
How could she laugh at a time like this? I always thought she was a bit strange, but maybe her brain is actually broken. I realized that she couldn't help me. No shit. With nowhere else to turn, I looked up at the bright blue sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight. The scorching summer sun shone bright through the gaps between Akiba's buildings. Naturally, my eyes drifted to the top floor of Radikon, where I had been just a moment before. There it was, an enormous machine, like some kind of satellite embedded in the roof of the building where, not 5 minutes before, I had found Makisa Kodasu's body in a pool of blood. What happened to her? Just before everyone disappeared, I could have sworn I heard an ambulance siren. Makise Kurisu might still be in that building. Yeah, cold-blooded and alone. The thought disturbed me, but the question at the forefront of my mind was...
そもそもあの人工衛星は一体なんだ。
Right before Dr. Nakabachi's presentation, the building shook like a bomb had exploded. The roof door lock had been broken, and beyond it, someone had placed a satellite-like machine shrouded in smoke and glowing dust. When I first saw it, the satellite was on the rooftop. But that's not what I was seeing right now. This satellite had penetrated the top floor of the building, obliterating the room where Dr. Nakabachi's press conference had been held. It must have fallen out of orbit without burning up in the atmosphere somehow. I knew it was crazy, but what other explanation could there be? The real question was, when did that happen?
前よりあの人工衛星だが。
びっくりしたね。
びっくりしただと。何がびっくりしたのだ。
ドカーンってすっごい音がしたもん。
A huge kaplow? It certainly did make a sound, but I don't think it was kaplow. I'd say it was more like a...
あの人工衛星は落ちてきたのか。
来たのかな。宇宙人さん乗ってるのかな。
Had I lost my mind? What I seen didn't match with at all what Mayuri was saying. Suddenly nothing seemed real. Had I dreamt it all?
そこの君たち。
Just then, a uniformed policeman ran up to us, his expression
こ
stern.
こで何をやっているんだ。ここらは今立ち入り禁止だ。すぐに出て行きなさい。
ごめんなさい。
それより制服警官さん、仮にあなたを警官 A と名付けるが、一つ聞きたいことがあるんです。
警官 A って。
今ここで数千人の通行人が一瞬で消えたんです。あなたも見ましたよね。
見ていない。いいから早く出て行け。
I was quickly losing confidence in my own memories. I decided to tell him about Makisa Kurisu and get him to call an ambulance, but before I could...
さっきから何をバカなことばかり言っているんだ。
The policeman took me by the upper arm and said, "No one got stabbed at Radikon. Why? How could he say that with such certainty? While I was still trying to comprehend the situation, the policeman forcefully led us away. We were escorted to up to UPX, and released. There were people at UPX like usual. Actually, there were far more people than usual. The place was packed. Just as Officer A has said, Chuodori had been blockaded by the police and nobody could enter. There was nothing we could do, so we headed back to the lab. And that brings us to the present. And I'm baffled. Did the whole hour since the beginning of Nakabachi's presentation really happen? I check online for any news. The net is buzzing about the mysterious machine that crashed into Radikan. All of the major stations in Tokyo, even ToTV, are running special bulletins about it. Fortunately, it doesn't look like anyone was hurt, but Chuodori is still closed off. Akihabara Station is jammed with reporters and curious onlookers. Nobody has mentioned anything about the disappearance of thousands of people from Akiba's streets, nor about Makise Kurisu's murder. It's all a mystery. A mystery?
そうか。そういうことか。
From the sofa, I spring to my feet, a wide grin on my face. Daru and Mayuri turn and stare.
これもすべて機関の隠蔽工作ということだな。警察にすら圧力をかけられるということは、この国の中枢ももはや奴らの手の内にあるということ。なんということだ。だが、俺の目はごまかせんぞ。いつか必ず奴らの所業を暴き、その支配構造に終止符を打ってやる。
Having come to a satisfactory conclusion, I take a celebratory bottle of Dr. P, my favorite soda, from the fridge. The lab has no air conditioning. Ice-cold drinks are essential.
頭脳労働の後のドクターペッパーは相変わらず最高にうまいな。
コーラの方がよくね？
オカリンは本当にドクターペッパーさんが大好きだよね。
この知的飲料の良さがわからない奴は人生の5分の1を損しているぞ。うわはははは。
Dude's really into Dr. Pepper. Step through the curtain dividing its center, and you'll enter the heart of the Future Gadget Laboratory, the development room. Just as the name implies, this is the room where we develop future gadgets. Needless to say, it is strictly off-limits to outsiders. Yes, I know the setup is cheap. I would much rather have an airlock than a curtain, but our research budget is already scraping at the bottom of the barrel. Besides, what's important isn't money, it's ambition! I poked Daru and bid him follow me into the development room. All of the windows here are weather stripped with packing tape, so it's dim. And hot, almost like a sauna. I've been wanting to buy an air conditioner for the lab, but there's no money for that. We're currently accepting donations. Upon entering the development room, I pick up the lab coat that's lazily draped across the chair and put it on. I always wear a lab coat in the development room, for practical reasons as well as symbolic ones. Daru, however, refuses to wear his. Putting it on and taking it off is apparently too much trouble for him. He can't be bothered to do anything like that that doesn't interest him. It's men like him who give our generation a bad name. His lab coat, purchased from my own pocket money, I might add, just sits on the shelf. It's never been worn and probably never will be.
計画は順調に推移しているか。
え、計画って何ぞ？
Daru gives me a blank look. I sigh and turn his attention to the table in the middle of the room. Sitting majestically on top of the table is a commercial-grade microwave oven. It's significantly larger than newer home models.
計画は計画だ。8号機の挑戦以外に何があるというのか。
ああ、そのこと。いきなり計画とか言うから何事かと思った。
そろそろお前との付き合いも3年半ほどになる。
We went to high school together and now we're going to the same university. We share an inseparable bond. Like prison cellmates. He's the only lab member. He's only been a lab member for 2 months though.
高2の時はクラス別でほとんど喋んなかったじゃん。だから実質2年半じゃね？
細かいことはどうでもいい。それほどの付き合いの長さなのだから、いい加減俺の会話についてこられるようになってくれ。
それは無理。
Awkward silence. Man, all I wanted to do is have one of those cool cryptic conversations where we talk about plans and preparations and other important sounding stuff, but no one knows what it means except us. Shot down again!
それで、8号機の不調の原因究明は進んだか？
いや、まだ。
So far, the Future Gadget Laboratory has completed a total of 8 inventions. As I explained to Alpaca Man, the lab's primary goal is to develop weapons for the war against the Dark Dominion, led by the organization that rules the world from the shadows. Illuminati confirmed. At present, we have completed any At present, we have completed any. We haven't completed any inventions of that sort. On the contrary, we haven't even figured out what to make. But along the way, we have managed to create some ingenious future-ish gadgets as a byproduct of our research. It is a fundamental truth of science that great inventions are often created by accident. In other words, serendipity. Allow me to introduce our glorious future gadgets. Gadget 1, the Bit Particle Gun. Gadget 2, the Bamboo Helicam. Gadget number 3, could this be Ora Ora? Gadget 4, Mode Snake. Gadget number 5, once again I've made a worthless object by Goemon. Gadget number 6, the Sailume Saber. Gadget number 7, Ghost in the Ball. They can be all seen on the website Daru made, so feast your eyes upon the product of a mad scientist genius. That's wild. I didn't know I could look up the phone at any time. Ah, how do I get out of it? Oh god. No, oh god. Okay, I got it. Okay. Wow, I felt stupid in that moment. Phone Wave is a pretty weak name, so I've added name subject to change to the end of it until we come up with something better. For the record, it was Mayori's idea, not mine. When a future gadget is completed, the three of us discuss what to name it. I prefer names based on mythology or names with hidden meanings that need extra explanation to understand. Dairo thinks my naming style is too ridiculous. He just doesn't have the passion for words like I do. Mayuri can't be bothered to remember difficult names. She says they don't fit in her head. And so our opinions on gadget names are always split. But I digress. The Phone Wave, name subject to change, is, in short, a remote-controlled microwave. Put food in the microwave before you leave, then on your way back, Call the attached cell phone to start the heating process. Voila, hot food ready upon your arrival. So it's basically a piece of junk. A few days ago we discovered that phone wave, name subject to change, has a second unintended capability. Our brave, or just possibly ditzy, Mayuri had made it her daily routine to heat some frozen fried chicken by remote control. Long story short, she was defrosting her beloved juicy chicken number 1. As usual, when the unexpected happened. The chicken came out more frozen than when she'd put it in. The microwave refroze the chicken. Since then, Daru and I have been searching for the cause.
マユシがやった状況を再現して何度も実験したけど、冷凍できたりできなかったりだし、バナナを冷凍してみようとしたら、さらにへんてこなことになったし、さっぱりわかんない。
Daru, now looking completely fed up with the heat, starts fanning himself with his shirt. I know what he means by really weird. Let's see if we can't make it happen again.
マイリー、ここにバナナを持て。
またゲルバナ作るの？
前から気になってたけどさ、マユシ。ゲルバナって略さないでくんない？
だってね、ゲルバナはゲルバナだもん。
I take the bananas from Mayuri and stick a whole bunch into the phone waves. Name subject to change.
なんでいつも一房丸ごと入れるの？もったいないよ。
ケチケチしていては機関との戦いに勝利することなどできんぞ。
勝たなくてもいいよ。あのね、バナナはマユシーが買ってきてるんだからね。おかげでマユシーはちっともバナナが食べられません。
次からは1本ずつ使うことも検討しておこう。
But I already put the whole bunch in, so I ignore hungry complaints. The phone wave, name subject to change, is simple to use. It's a microwave with a phone taped on. The number is already in my address book. I just need to call the phone wave. Now, where did I put my phone? I checked my pants and coat pockets. Now, where did I put my phone? Check my pants and coat pockets. Where did I put my phone? I think it's going to give me a loop until I, where did I put my phone? Yep. Here, open address book. Phone wave. I'm connected.
RENG こちらは電話レンジかっこ仮
Name subject to change. This is the voice of Mayushi Guidance, the system Daru programmed to operate the phone wave.
マユシーの声聞こえてきた？
少し黙れ。マユシーガイダンスが聞こえなくなる。
こちらからタイマー操作ができます。シャープボタンを押した後、温めたい秒数をプッシュしてください。例えば1分ならシャープ2分ならシャープ120です。
Entering the command properly will close the phone wave. Name subject to function like a normal microwave. Instead, we're going to deliberately mess up and enter in 120 hashtag. Pound.
Kirei na turntable だろう。普段と違って逆回転してるんだぜそれ。
何？逆回転？そこに重大な意味があるかもしれない。漁師の振る舞いにも影響してくる問題であり、 奮闘の規則を導入して。
あるわねえよ。
そこに重大な意味があるかもしれない。ないか。
ないよ。
そうか。
After 120 seconds pass, the microwave chimes. Mayuri takes the bananas out.
ゲルバナの出来上がり。
Bananas have become not bananas, gelatinous blobs coated with a thin membrane. After Mayuri discovered that the phone wave, named subject to change, had a freezing function, we attempted to freeze a bunch of bananas. This is what happened. It just gets more confusing each time.
ダルよ。このバナナ、食べてみようとは思わないか思うはずだ。我らの2年達成の犠牲となり散ったダルに敬礼。
すげえまずそうじゃん。
味は関係ない。食べることに意味があるのだ。さあダルよ、遠慮することはない。骨は拾ってやるから思い切ってズズイと行くがいい。
いらね。
ではマユリ、お前にその名誉を譲ろう。
なんかね、ゲルバナは中身がデロデロでブニュブニュだったよ。
Wait, she already tried one?
味もしないし、全然美味しくなかった。
デロデロでブニュブニュか。ダルよ、どう思う？
ブニュブニュバナナか。ブニュブニュのバナナ。マユシ、あなたのバナナ、ブニュブニュだねって言ってみて。
ダルくん、ダルくん、鼻血出てる。
いいから言ってみてください。お願いします。
あなたのバナナ、ブニュブ。
言わせるな、手の額。
Mayuri looks at us with an innocent smile. She doesn't get it, obviously. Anyway.
ゲル状になったということは半固形。
They're gelatinous, a semi-solid state of matter.
分子同士の
In other words, there is a
結び
possibility...
可能性がある。
Oh, he's speaking. The intermolecular bonds are weakened. What could have partially liquefied the bananas?
そうか、わかったぞ。
I turn to the whiteboard and write freezing in the middle. Then I cross it out and slap the board with my hand.
俺たちは冷凍機能だと思い込んでいたが、実は違ったのだよ。さあお前たち、なんだってと叫ぶがいい。ここは叫ぶところだ。
The reactions are pathetically weak. Mayuri probably didn't even understand half of what I said.
冷凍機能じゃないのは分かってるっつうの。
Oh.
問題は、じゃあこの機能って何ぞ？何が起きてんの？ってことじゃん。
冷凍の逆なら解凍じゃないのかな。
実に愚鈍な意見だな、マユリ。それでは普通の電子レンジと同じではないか。
じゃあどういうこと？
それが分かんないから悩んでるんだお。
うん。
He's right. To be honest, I haven't a clue. In any case, there's nothing we can do about it now. It's time for Daru and I to head to Daibiru. There's going to be a seminar at ATF? alcohol, tobacco, and firearms? And we have to be there. It's part of our studies at Tokyo Denki University. Summer credits, basically. We have to attend the seminar and write a report. Come to think of it, what's today's seminar about again? I looked it up before the summer holiday began. I should have written it down.
ご覧ください。秋葉原駅前のビルに謎の巨大物体が墜落しています。現在、警察による規制が敷かれ、ビルの前まで行くことはできませんが、遠くから見る限りでは、墜落した物体は人工衛星のように見えます。
As we cross the overpass that connects UPX to Daibiru, I look down and see the huge crowd of people moving through the plaza. There are even some garishly dressed young men and women, the sort you usually don't see around Akiba. Everyone's walking towards the main street, which is still cordoned off.
誰はラジカンに見物に行かないのか？
You know, I'm really sad about dropping my Upa. It's worse than last year when I missed buying Fatty Ghetto Frog. That's the one from last year, right? I thought you weren't interested. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, that makes more sense now that I have a better understanding on how to do that.
どうせ言っても見られないっしょ。もちろんネットに上がってくる情報にはほぼ目を通してるのだぜ。アットちゃんのスレ数100超えたし、勢いすげえ。
Oh, that's why he was staring at his phone earlier. We enter Daibiru and take the elevator to the 5th floor of the ATF Assembly Hall.
あー、涼しい。生き返るぜ。あばばばばばばばばばばば。
Unlike the lab, Daibiru has air conditioning, yet another reason for our diligent participation in the seminar.
電話レンジカッコ仮の件だが、俺は答えを導き出したかもしれん。
そのカッコ借りってめんどいからいい加減やめるべき。
I won't give in that easily. Even if no other lab members use name subject to change, I will carry on until the day we decide its true name.
そんなことは今はどうでもいい。
お得意のとんでも理論でもひらめいちゃったん？
何を言うか。俺はいつもこの世の神羅万象すら超越したあらゆる可能性について思考を巡らせているのだ。とんでもとか言うな。
神羅万象を超越ってつまり何でもありってことじゃね？理論ってレベルじゃねえぞ。
ダリオ、電話レンジカッコ仮はシュタインズゲートを開く鍵だという気がするのだが、どう思う？
そのシュタインなんとかってところからして意味不明なわけだが。
The chime signals our arrival on the 5th floor. The elevator doors open slowly. As we step out of the elevator, I bump into someone. I quickly grab the person's shoulder to keep them from falling.
すいません。
It's a girl! And I recognize her. Ugh. Impossible! Chills run down my spine. I stare at her face in disbelief. I saw this girl just 3 hours ago. Makise Kurisu.
何か
Kurisu frowns and tries to back away, but I don't let go of her shoulder. My grip tightens.
貴様貴様は死んだはずだ。なぜここに、しかも
There isn't a single blood stain on her clothes, and they're the same ones she was wearing when I found her. Only a serious wound could have produced that much blood. Yet as far as I can tell, she's completely uninjured.
無傷。
痛い。離して。
Kurisu pushes me away. Then she shoots me a wary glare. I realize that I'm gaping in disbelief.
何なの？
無事だったのか。怪我は平気なのか。いや、そんなはずはない。マキとクリスは何者かに刺されて血まみれで。
またその話かよ。
Daru interrupts. Wait, there's something strange about what he just said.
またその話とはどういう意味だ。
だって1週間前にも僕にそんなメール送ってきたじゃん。
メール？俺が？何よバカな。マキセ・クリスが殺されているのを見たのはほんの3時間前だぞ。
ちょっと勝手に殺さないでくれますか。私ピンピンしてますんで。
そういえばあのメール変な感じだったな。送信日時が1週間後になってた。つまり未来から来たっつうか。
未来から来た。
ネットで妙な考察サイトでも見たのかだよ。お前がとんでも理論を言い出すとは珍しい。
違うがな。確かにメールの日付は1週間後の28、あ、そっか28日だから今日じゃん。
Daru pulls out his phone and shows it to me. Someone stabbed. I received it July 21st at 12:56. But it was sent on July 28th at 12:54. It was split into three emails. Three mails. Someone stabbed. Makise. Urisu, don't. Why did I send such a short message in 3 parts? And it looks like the third email got cut off. I do recognize the content though.
これは3時間前に誰に送ったメールだ。
Did Daru really get this a week ago?
興味深いわね。
Suddenly, Kurisu is standing next to me, peering intently at the screen on Badaru's phone. Oh right, the email's not important. Well, maybe it is, but not right now. The real question is, why is she still alive? Is she an illusion? No, an evil spirit. Am I haunted? I don't believe in such unscientific drivel. I'm a mad scientist! So cool, son of a bitch. I timidly reach out to Curtis's face. Jesus Christ, you're so close. My fingertips stroke her hair, feel silky, quite the cuticles.
ある。実体がある。やはり幽霊だというのは考えすぎか。
Cause that gets all the fucking ladies hot there, Rintaro. See? Ellipses mean moist.
まずくね。
I poke Kurisu's cheeks with my fingers. Dude, boundaries. Such softness. Dead bodies don't feel like this. Not that I've ever touched one. It's just getting creepier, dude.
おい。
See? More ellipses. More moistness. Tell her about the corpse you haven't touched. Wait a minute. We already touched when I bumped into her coming out of the elevator. I even grabbed her shoulders before being pushed away. And I still doubted that she has substance? That's just proof of how confused I am. If she's alive, then what did I see back at Arikan? What was that scream I heard? And could you please back the fuck up from her? God damn, that's unnerving. Were they hallucinations, just like that mass disappearance? That's right, she was stabbed. Maybe she's just hiding her wounds. This requires further investigation. Oh, please, God, no. Please. Grab the hem of her blouse and slowly lift it. Jesus Christ, dude.
己は警察に突き出されたいのか？
俺は真実を知りたいだけだ。
I stare straight back at Kurisu as she trembles with anger and lift her brows a little higher.
何が真実よ、この変態！バカなの？死ぬの？
She pushes my hand away.
ルイスちゃんの名台詞。来たこれ。
Daru shouts something silly, but I ignore him and press Kurisu.
俺は確かに見たのだ。
まさかあんた、今、私の下着を。
Kurisu's face turns bright red. She firmly pulls her blouse down. Ah!
この手の目が、そうではない。
Like I said, ellipses, mega moist. Bordering on damp now. Earlier this afternoon, after Dr. Nakabashi's presentation, someone killed Makise Kurisu, left her in a pool of blood. Really hanging up on the blood. I carefully explain everything that I saw.
ドクター、中バッチ。
オカリン何言ってるん？中鉢の発表会なら中止になったじゃん。
中止？
そう、人工衛星の墜落で。
Something's wrong, our stories aren't matching. No shit! It's the same thing that happened right after I saw the mass disappearance. Mayuri's story didn't match either. I need to know. Am I caught in some sinister plot? Is this another organization conspiracy?
ねえ、ちょっとあなた。
我が名は法院京馬だ。
違うよ。全然違うよ。
法院さん、今の話、詳しく教えてほしいんですが。
Looks like she finally understands I'm not lying, but I still don't understand why my memories don't match everyone else's. I doubt that I can give her a good explanation. Just then, an older man steps out of the assembly hall.
マキセさん、そろそろ時間ですし、始めましょう。
あ、はい。
Kurisu glances at me one more time, then sighs and heads towards the small conference room.
オカリン、とりあえず僕らも行こうぜ。
行くとはどういう意味だ？
講義を聞きに来たんだろ？
Daru follows after Kurisu. She come to attend the lecture too? Strange. Why would the girl genius Makise Kurisu need to attend a lecture like this? Okay, my guess was a bit off. The girl genius didn't come to attend the lecture. She came to give the lecture.
講義をする方だったのか。
Maybe that's what the email is about? The summer class, champ? Japan's famous girl genius Makise Kurisu, who had her thesis published at the tender age of 17. According to Daru, she turned 18 a few days ago. She's legal in America now, I guess. I first heard about when Daru pointed her out in a gossip magazine article. Really? A scientist in a gossip mag? That's when he told me that she was going to be a guest at ATF. I've forgotten all about it.
こういうのは初めてなので緊張してますが、ガチガチなのは多めに見てください。どうぞよろしく。
You know what? I need to... settings. Oh, that's not it at all. No. Alright. There we go. The audience is pretty mixed. It's mostly students like us, but there's also a couple of professors. And Kurisu just gave me a sharp look. What did I do? When I return her stare, she quickly averts her eyes. Huh, I don't care if she's a genius or whatever. I still don't like her. Bullshit! She may have these people fooled with her timid girl act, but I learned at Radicon how cunning and aggressive she really is. Even if her murder was some kind of hallucination, my judgment of her character is still correct.
今回タイムマシーンをテーマに話してほしいと言われまして、正直専門外なのですが、頑張って話してみようと思います。
タイムマシンか。
最初に結論を言ってしまうと、タイムマシンなんていうのはバカらしい代物だということです。
異議あり。
Every member of the audience, not just Kurisu, is startled by my interruption. Perhaps I'm being slightly rude here, but I'm not the one to just sit and listen to some genius girl's drivel.
タイムマシンが作れないと決めつけるのは早計だ。
It's presumptuous of you... Oh, God.
オカリン、無茶しやがって。
ATF staff are approaching me probably to kick me out. Perhaps I got too carried away.
まあ、はい、いいですよ。ディスカッション形式の方が話も弾むでしょうし。
Thanks to her proposal, the event staff refrained from escorting me out. I mean, kicking your ass out for being a belligerent asshole? Maybe? She sounds a little pissed, but let's not mind that.
でもその前に、私の考えを話させてください。これまで世界中の科学者たちがタイムトラベルについての理論を提唱してきました。主な理論だけでも11に及びます。
What are the major theories of time travel? I've heard about the cosmic string theory, at least. The 11 theories.
中性子星理論、ブラックホール理論、高速理論、タキオン理論、ワームホール理論、エキゾチック物質理論、宇宙ひも理論、量子重力理論、セシウムレーザー光理論、素粒子リングレーザー理論、ディラック反粒子理論。
Ellipses. Not bad. Perhaps Makise Kurisu is a worthy rival after all.
それらの理論はいずれも仮説の域を出ません。場合によっては11
Of course they're theoretical, they're theories.
否定されているものさえある。
では、12番目の理論が発見されたとしたらどうかな。
そうです。それは13番目の理論によって否定されるかもしれませんね。
Touche, genius girl. Suddenly I feel eyes on me. Some puffed up professors are giving me hard looks from across the room. Maybe I got too carried away. I don't want to risk losing my credits. I should back off for now.
ちなみに未来へのタイムトラベルなら今すぐにでも可能ですよ。アインシュタインの相対性理論によればね。例えば今すぐ羽田空港に行ってそこから沖縄行きあたりの飛行機に乗ればいい。目的地に降り立った時その人は10億分の1秒くらい私より未来に進んでいる。
What does that mean? Well, it's basic relativity that the faster you travel, time tends to have a lessened effect on you, and in theory of time being different for relativistically different for each and every person.
する速さが高速に近づけば近づくほど時間は遅く流れる。それが相対性理論ですから。
Yeah, exactly.
極論を言えば光と同じほどの速さで走ることができたら流れる時間はその人だけ半分になるわけね。24時間その速度で走り続ければ周囲では48時間が経ったことになるから丸1日分未来へ飛んだことになるんですよ。法王院京馬さん。
Why are you singling me out? I'm doing my best to hold back, but it looks like Maki Sakurisu wants to pick a fight. No, you're being a rude, belligerent dick. Wish that you hadn't said my name in front of so many people. Too great a risk to let others know my true name.
それはへりくつではないかな。
Now, Professor calmly makes an objection. True, Maki Sakurisu's example isn't strictly time travel per se, but I never expected an older man, a professor at that, to refute an 18-year-old girl. Maybe he's just testing this girl's genius's resilience.
そうですね。
Yes, you're right. The genius girl readily concedes the point. If she were a normal 18-year-old, it would be impossible for her to be this calm in front of all these people. A normal 18-year-old would panic when refuted by such a distinguished-looking professor. And yet Makise Kurisu, giving off an aura of gutsiness that says, I can take this guy on.
では過去には行けるのかな。
過去にだって今すぐ行けますよ。夜になったら望遠鏡で空を覗いてみてください。何万年も前の光を見ることができるでしょ。それもへりくつですよ。
This time it's a nearby student that objects.
まあ、今までのは前置き。
Is it me or did Kurisu just look a little nervous just now? Nope, she really hasn't changed expression, like, at all.
例えば実際に皆さんが体ごと過去や未来へ行くことができるようなタイムマシンを作るにはまず何が必要か考えてみましょう。代表的なところだと宇宙紐理論かワームホール理論かな。宇宙紐というのは超巨大な質量を持つ紐みたいな形のひび割れです。
String-shaped crevice? That must be how they enter our universe. But do cosmic strings really exist?
ひびの幅は素粒子と同じぐらいで長さは最低でも銀河系と同じくらいと思っていただければいい。
Wow. Crevice is about as wide as an elementary particle, and at least as long as the diameter of a galaxy. Look.
これは巨大な質量であ
It's
る
immense
という
mass.
時空を歪める性質を持っているんです。その歪んだ時空を紐を中心にあなたがぐるっと一周すると360度以内で回りきることができる。要するにワープみたいなことができるということ。これ時空の角度欠損って言います。角度欠損しているところを通過するとそこは欠損しちゃってますので通過時間はゼロになる。 これを応用して宇宙紐が高速に近い速さで運動しているとき、相対性理論により宇宙紐の時間は周囲より遅くなるから、歪んでいる角度欠損の領域を通過すると本来0だった通過時間がマイナスになる。つまり通過後の方が過去になっているわけで、2本の宇宙紐を使って空間欠損ジャンプを行い、元の地点まで周回するように戻ってくると、ちょうど周回を開始したのと同じ時間に戻ってくることができる。ざっくり言っちゃうと、それが宇宙紐理論によるタイムトラベルです。ちなみに誤解しないでほしいのは、宇宙紐理論は超紐理論とは別物ということです。というわけで、宇宙紐理論で過去へ行くために用意するものは3つ。その1、宇宙紐。これは2つ必要です。あ、ちなみに宇宙紐って生まれたばかりの宇宙にしかないという過程なので、探すのはかなり骨が折れるかも。その2、仮に宇宙紐を見つけてきたら、それを光に近い速さで運動させるためのエネルギーが必要です。
Make them move them at near speed light. Near light speed.
銀河と同じ長さのひび割れを光並みに加速させるにはどのくらいのエネルギーがいるんでしょうね。少なくとも1.21 ジガワット以上なのは確かです。
Ha! 1.21 gigawatts. That's Back to the Future reference. But they only had to be moving at 80 miles an hour when they were struck with 1.21 gigawatts. This earns a few chuckles from the audience.
その3、宇宙紐があるところまで行って戻ってくるための宇宙船。タイムトラベルする人はこれに乗らないといけません。どうです、法王院さん。宇宙紐理論でのタイムトラベル挑戦できると思いますか？
Like that's even possible. And why the hell is she addressing me? I wasn't even the one who jeered this time.
法王院さんは宇宙紐理論には挑戦したくないようですね。だったらもう一つ例に挙げたワームホール理論はどうです？こちらは宇宙紐理論よりはもうちょっと現実的かもしれません。ところで法王院さん、ワームホールってどんなものか知ってますか？
No, don't ask me. I'm trying to hold back here. Since I've been challenged, though, I can't leave the question unanswered.
空間に開いた抜け道のようなものだろう。
ね、そうです。
There's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, sure. Phew, I got it right. I sigh inwardly in relief.
2つの穴があって、それはトンネルでつながっている。トンネルは通過時間0で通り抜けられる。2つの穴がどれだけ離れていてもね。だけどここで残念なお知らせ。ワームホールのトンネルは超重力がかかっていて、開通すると同時に潰れちゃいます。だからかかる重力を無効化するために何らかの細工をしなくちゃダメなの。いわゆるエキゾチック物質。これはマイナスの重さを持つ物質で重力に反発するんです。
Also, another name for exotic matter is antimatter. Kitty Sue raises her right fist.
こうやってむぎゅーっとグーを作ってる状態がワームホールのトンネルです。
Okay, the wormhole's being squished by an invisible fist.
ここを通るためには手の中に私が握ろうとする力に反発する何かを作ってむぎゅーっとできなくしないとダメということですね。
I got something that could oppose your fist grasping force. Wait. Kurisu opens her fist.
エキゾチック物質を注入
You stabilize the tunnel with exotic matter. Injection instantaneous time travel between wormholes becomes possible. Travel through time, however, it takes a little more effort.
ここでは仮にワームホールの入り口側の穴がこの秋葉原に、出口側にある穴が LA にあるとしましょう。まず LA にある穴を光に近い速さで宇宙の果てまで飛ばしちゃってください。そして果てまで行ったらすぐに LA に引っ張り戻す。相対性理論により光の速さで動くと時間は遅く流れる。 LA に戻ってきた穴は秋葉原にある穴よりも過去にあるということになります。というわけでその状態で法王院さんがワームホールに飛び込んだら数年前の LA に行けるでしょう。でもこの時点ではまだタイムトラベルをしたことにはなりません。疑似的なタイムトラベルです。いわゆる浦島効果ね。重要なのはこの後 LA から秋葉原にもう一度ワームホールを通って戻ること。そうするとその通過時間はゼロなので法王院さんは数年前の秋葉原に戻ってくるわけです。これでタイムトラベルは完了。ワームホール理論に必要なものは宇宙紐より楽ですよ。その1、ワームホールそのもの。この宇宙のどこかにもしかしたらあるかもしれません。見つけた人はまだ誰もいませんが。その2、ワームホールの穴を光並みの速さで宇宙の果てまで往復させることのできるエネルギー。その3、エキゾチック物質。ちなみにこれ実在は確認されてません。
So implementation of either one would require a ridiculous amount of effort.
バカらしいと最初に言った理由は分かってもらえましたか？
Now do you see what I meant when I said it was absurd? I don't know, maybe.
タイムトラベルの理論はどれも思考実験です。それらの理論からでは実際にタイムマシンを作ることはできないということ。それが私からの回答です。
もっと簡単なものはないんですか？例えば机の引き出しを開けるだけで使えるものとか。
ないですね。
A firm declaration.
結局現代の物理学じゃそこが限界。10年後にはどうなってるか分かりませんが。それに仮にもっと簡単に過去へ行ける方法が発見されたとしても実際に行けるとは限らない。因果率に関する根本的な問題が解決されていませんから。
タイムパラドックス、質量保存の法則。
質量保存の法則を宇宙のようなマクロレベル、あるいは原子や素粒子などのミクロレベルの仕組みに当てはめるのは誤りです。
What? Is that true? Oh, she's laughing at my reaction. That little... Gah, how mortifying.
あれは化学反応に対する法則でしかないから現代物理学においては全く成立しない無から有は生み出せますから
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
では何が問題となるのかね。
タイムパラドックスはタイムパラドックスでも親殺しのパラドックスの方です
Oh, that thing where you kill your own ancestors before you were
そ
born?
のパラドックスの解が導き出されない限りタイムトラベルは実現できない絶対に
殺さなければいいんじゃないの？
そんな単純な問題じゃありません SF 映画と同じように考えるのはとても危険ですあなたが消えるだけじゃ済まされない矛盾が生じることは因果律の崩壊相対性理論の崩壊さらにはこの世の全ての物理法則の崩壊を意味するパラドックスは理論上の思考実験に過ぎない現実に起きることはないし起きてはいけないことなんですだからたとえ 0.00001% でも起きる可能性のあるどんな行動も絶対に実行には移せないそう考える方が自然じゃないですか多世界解釈や自己無矛盾の原理っていう抜け道もありますが個人的にはファンタジーすぎると思うので認めたくないですね
I grind my teeth. When I see Makise Kurisu looking at me with her composed expression, I avert my eyes. Looks like I have no choice to... Looks like I have no choice but to concede. Makise Kurisu is truly a genius. I ended up listening to all of Kurisu's lecture at ATF. After the two travel theories... oh god, man, I can't talk, can't read. After the two time travel theories she introduced at the beginning, she explained the rest with equal eloquence. She seemed a little nervous at first, but that quickly changed as she spoke. By the end, it was an impressive lecture, so impressive that you wouldn't think it was an 18-year-old's first time. Phrasing. She did well to respond to my malicious questions with sarcasm. She's got guts. Wait, why am I praising her? Leaving that aside, I saw Makise Kurisu dead. And yet she is alive. My memories don't mesh with reality. And not just about Kurisu, but conversations with Daru and Mayuri didn't make any sense either. Everything would be solved if I just told myself that what I saw was a dream, an illusion, and never happened. But never say never. This leaves me with no choice. Oh, the shrine! After parting ways with Daru at ATF, I head to Yanabayashi Shrine. I needed to get exercised. I seriously doubt that the Makise Kurisu at ATF was a ghost. Regardless, it's natural to seek exorcism after such an experience. I'm Japanese, it's in our blood. Yanabayashi Shrine is located on the other side of the Kanda River. To find it, enter the first side road after crossing Mansei Bashi Bridge. Mansei Bashi Bridge, yeah. It's a very small shrine that doesn't fit with the surrounding multi-tenant buildings. Kanda Myojin is the more famous shrine in Akiba, but I deliberately chose this one. The shrine is so small you could easily miss it if you weren't looking. Regardless, I can hear chirping of cicadas from the few trees growing here. There are two girls standing in front of the main building. One of them is Mayuri. The other is a docile-looking beauty in traditional Miko attire. Udashibara Luka. A stunning example of feminine charm and grace. Lips delicate like cherry blossoms in the bloom. The essence of Japanese beauty. The chief priest's son. That's right, son. Lovely in every way, but he's a dude.
岡部さん、こんにちは。
He bows his head. The voice of a girl, the mannerisms of a girl. More feminine than any girl I know. But he's a dude. Taller than Mayuri, yet oh so slender. But he's a dude. Looks stunning in Miku robes. But he's a dude. Holding a bamboo broom, apparently in the middle of cleaning. But he's a dude. It's almost evening, yet still hot as hell outside. But he's a dude. Damn cicadas won't show up. But he's a dude.
ルカ子よ。お前、俺が与えた刀はどうした？
He's a friend of mine. I call him Lukaku. We met when I rescued him from some aggressive photographers in Akiba's pedestrian heaven. It also so happens that Lukaku and Mayuri are classmates. I learned that fact after I had gotten to know him. Lukaku is taken aback by my sharp question. He starts fidgeting with his flushed face and tears in his eyes.
硫黄とサミダレのことですよね。
Oh, but he's a guy.
そう。あれはお前の力を制御するためにやったのだぞ。
ああ、秋葉の武器屋本舗で買ったやつでしょ。980円だ。
マユリ、以上言うと奴らに消されるぞ。この件については口を出すな。
消されちゃうの？おかり、心配してくれてありがとう。でも、奴らって誰かな？
I ignore Mayuri's question.
それでルカ、硫黄とサミダレはちゃんと使っているのか？
はい、1日1回は素振りを。
あれを後に精神残張りを極めたりする。お前は己の内にある邪悪な炎に焼かれずに済む。
Demon Sword Samadare may be an imitation sword, but that is the only way. That is only the form it takes to hide from the world. When one worthy to wield it appears, it unleashes its true power. And it was on sale for 980 yen, tax included.
あんな素敵なものをプレゼントしてもらえて、岡部さんには感謝しています。
But he's a dude.
俺は岡部ではない。
おかりんだよ。ごめんなさい、京馬さん。
分かればいいのだ。では合言葉。
エルブサイコンガリュウ？
Hungry.
コンガリュウではなくコングルーだ。
Now, is it just me, or is Rintaro actually speaking much softer to Luca than anybody else?
はい。エルサイコングルー。これでいいですか？
Lukaku smiles happily as I nod.
ありがとうございます。
Such a lovely smile. But he's a dude.
美しい師弟関係だね。マユシーは不女子じゃないけど、ちょっとドキドキしてきちゃうよ。まゆりちゃん、変な想像しないで。
Hoi and Kyoma have gone to great lengths to teach Lukaku about the evil conspiracies that rule the world and how to resist them. Stuff about Demon Sword Samidare is part of that training. Looks aside, Lukaku is very obedient and hardworking, plus he's always eager to learn new things. A master couldn't ask for a better disciple. Though he does have the weakness of not catching on too quickly and being too shy. But he's a dude.
なぜマユリはここにいる？
ルカ君に会いに来たんだよ。来月のコミマでライネットのキラリちゃんこそしてほしいってずっと頼んでるのにどうも OK してくれないんだよ。だってコスプレするなんて僕恥ずかしいよ。でもルカ君は絶対似合うと思うんだ。こんな可愛い子が女の子のはずがないって大人気になるよ。ねえしようよコスプレデビュー。
Oh god. Mayuri's hobby is making costumes. She's made at least 30 so far, but it's rare for her to wear one herself. Instead, she seems to get her kicks from seeing other people wear them. And it looks like she's chosen Lukaku as her next target. Naturally, the costume Mayuri is currently raving about is for a female character. Normally, I would understand why a man wouldn't want to dress like a girl, but come on, Lukaku has no problem wearing Miko robes. Why should cosplay be any different? But whatever, I have business to take care of.
そんなくだらないことは後でやるんだな。
マユシにとっては大事なことだもん。
俺にとってはくだらないことなのだ。それよりルカ子よ、俺がこの神社を訪ねたのは他でもない。お祓いを頼みたいのだがやってもらえないだろうか。
お祓いですか？だったらお父さんに。
あ、いや、そこまで大げさにしなくていい。気休めでいいのだ。というわけで例のあれを持ってこい。
例のあれと言いますとサミダレですか？
違う、お祓いに用途は必要ないだろう。お祓いと言ったらあれに決まっている。正式な名称は分からんが、棒に白い紙がふさふさとついていて神主がわさわさと振るやつだ。
今のオカリンの説明ゆとりっぽいね。
Quite a shock to hear that from Mayuri.
あ、おほぬさですね。でもお父さん貸してくれるかな。ちょっと聞いてきます。
Lukaku makes a quick bow and then runs off towards his house, which is on the shrine grounds. Meanwhile, Mayuri takes her pocket watch out of her bag to check the time. It's a very old watch, not the sort you'd expect a high school girl to carry. Its name is Pockety! It's obviously the name Mayuri gave to it. It's not its brand name or anything. Pockety. Ever since elementary school, Mayuri has carried Pockety with her everywhere. It's her most important treasure.
じゃあマユシーはこれからバイトだからもう行くね。
そうか、頑張ってこい。バイトが終わったら直接帰るのか。
Mayuri lives in Ikebukuro. She comes to Akiba by train just about every day. It should be obvious since we're childhood friends and all, but I live in Ikebukuro too. Though I've been staying at the lab since summer break began.
というわけでまた明日ね。
I call Mayuri to stop before she trots off.
前よりお前はあの時ラジカンで男の悲鳴を聞いたよな。
Mayuri blinks several times and put a finger to her temple as if in thought. Then she gives her usual smile.
それっていつのこと？
今日の昼だ。
聞いてないか
そうか。わかった。だったらいい。
変なオカリ。じゃあね、トゥットゥルーン。
Mayuri leaves this time for good, though she pauses to wave at least a half a dozen times before disappearing beyond the archway.
岡部さん、お待たせしました。
Lukaku returns shortly after Mayuri leaves. In his hands is the white ziggy-zaggy thing that I asked for.
借りることができました。よかったです。あれ？まゆりちゃんは帰ったんですか？
前よりはどうでもいいから、今すぐお祓いを始めるのだ、ルカ子よ。
はい。僕でいいんでしょうか。そもそも何に対するお祓いを？
Lukaku is flustered. Is he really up to this? I'm beginning to doubt. I should have known better. It's the instant doubt touches my heart. A terrible chill shoots up my spine. Evil spirit, it's in my arm. I grab my violently shaking wrist.
静まれ、悪霊よ。急げ、ルカ子。このままでは、俺は。
This was really funny in the anime.
そんな、岡部さん、しっかりしてください。
俺は岡部さんではない。
すいません、京馬さん。でも僕、どうしたら？
お祓いを急げ。この前教えた通りにやればいい。
はい。
With a serious look on his face, Lukaku grasps the Onusa with both hands as if it were a sword. He stands and impresses I've taught him well. His face is red and he can barely talk. It looks like he wants to say something, but he is hesitating. Panicking because he feels awkward. Amateur. Kaku starts crying. Looks like he's really worried. Reason tells me he's a guy, but his lovely appearance makes me feel guilty. Like I made a frail girl cry. But he's a dude. But despite the tears welling up in his eyes, it looks like Lukaku's managed to work up some resolve. He can't talk. He raises the Onusa up high, shaking it left and right. The tip of the Onusa touches my upper arm. In an anime, this would be a cue for some dramatic shockwave to occur, but nothing like that happens. The only sound is chirping of cicadas.
ですか。
Onward. I take a deep breath. The trembling in my arm has stopped.
大丈夫だ。悪霊は去ったようだ。よくやったな、ルカ子。
Lukaku sighs in relief and blushes.
お役に立ててよかったです。
His shy smile really does make him look like a girl. Oh, Jesus. After I get back to the lab, I take the broken TV down to the brown tube workshop for repairs. Daru and Mayuri have already gone home, so I have to carry the TV down the narrow staircase by myself. It's brutal, backbreaking work, but I manage. Push the workshop door open with my hips and head inside. The room is dimly lit by the setting sun, but the gloom is offset by the glare from the gigantic CRT in the center of the room. A 42-inch CRT television. Doesn't seem like something you could get in modern Japan. With LCD TVs becoming the new standard, I seriously doubt anyone would want a bulky old CRT.
おう、どうした岡部。
Sitting in front of the huge CRT is an equally huge man reading a sports newspaper. He's the workshop's manager, actually the owner of the whole building. Tenouji Yugo. I call him Mr. Braun. It's a fitting name for someone who loves brawn tubes.
どうしたもこうしたもないですよ。
What's up? That TV you gave me broke.
テレビが壊れた。
That's what.
おめえ、俺のブラウン管を乱暴に扱いやがったな。
Barely managed to set the heavy TV on the counter.
愛が足りねえんだよ、愛が。
Love, you gotta treat him with love. Put an email. It's from Mayuri. I didn't want any of the other girl frogs, but I did want Fatty. But now that I think about it, it wasn't really that cute. Actually, it's kind of weird looking. I wonder why I wanted one so bad. Hey, I just realized Fatty kind of looks like Daru-kun. Just the body, right? No comment on Daru's face. Send it. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, Mr. Braun. A muscle-bound, bald guy talking about love. It sends shivers down my spine.
修理をお願いしたい。最優先だ。
I'll need repairs, Posey.
相変わらず変な話し方だな、おめえって。
Mr. Brown begins investigating the cause of the problem. With nothing better to do, I look around the store. I don't know if it's just the dust hanging in the air, but something feels stagnant about this place. There are CRT screens everywhere. The haphazard layout makes them seem like junk, but they're all functional according to Mr. Brown. He's got full range of both old and new. Some of them are probably older than me. There are even some flat screen and HD CRTs that came out just before LCDs took the market.
今日は遅くまでやっているんですね。普通だったら夜7時には店じまいでしょ。
The crowd's in Akiba thinned quickly at night. All the major electronics stores closed around 8 or 9. And then, as if the liveliness of the day was simply a lie, the town goes silent.
今日はこれから客が来るんだな。
客？例の小動物ですか？
おめえな、俺の愛しい娘を小動物呼ばわりするんじゃねえ。
Manager glares at me and takes a photo from his wallet. Picture of the young girl, shyly making a peace sign at the camera. One might assume this muscle-bound man to be some kind of pervert, but the girl is actually his daughter. She's about 12 years old now, I think. His love for her is second only to his love for CRTs. Or was it the other way around? I see her in the store every now and again. What was her name again?
ない手出したらぶっ殺すからな。
That's it. Nae. Rare name that means to braid. She pops up at the store now and again, so we've interacted with her before. And by we, I mean Mayuri, since she's the only one Nae gets along with. Nae also hides when she sees me or Dadu. I must admit, I'm impressed she can sense my aura of madness at such an early age. Mr. Braun makes grandiose fisting gestures at his daughter's photo. Once again, shivers down my spine.
しかし娘以外でこの工房に客が来ることがあるんですか？
I've been running the second floor for about 6 months, but I don't recall ever seeing a customer. I would be surprised if this place were actually making any money.
客がなんつうか。
Puts away the photo and goes back to checking the TV, leaving me with a vague answer.
ああ、これは多分基盤のハンダ浮きだな。直せろぜ。
そうですか。ではよろしく。
待ってろ。見積もり書作ってやる。
金を取るのか？
当たり前だろ。払わねえつもりだったのか。
このテレビはあなたからもらったものだぞ。
だからなんだよ。アフターサービスまでタダでやってやるとは言ってねえぜ。
おのれ。自分の間近のオンボロを押し付けておいて、その言い草とは。
うるせえな。だったら一つやってもいいんだぞ。家電リサイクル法で回収費ももらうけどな。
横暴だぞ。人類史の未来を変えるやもしれぬ男からたかろうとは。
それ誰のことだ？
俺のことに決まっているでしょ。
歯磨いて寝ろよガキ。そもそも2階をただ同然で貸してやってるこの俺にそういうこと言うとはいい度胸だな。
修理代は弾むミスターブラウン。
In the end, I'm no match for him. Just then, I hear the door open. Look up to see the girl that just entered the store. She's wearing a vintage jacket and tight shorts that highlight her long limbs and athletic figure. I find myself particularly impressed by her well-defined thighs.
Oh.
Suddenly, time stops. It feels like someone activated the world.
あれ
The girl is still standing with her arm in the air. Her smile gradually fades into confusion. What kind of reaction was she hoping for, seriously? Anyway, is she the person Mr. Braun was expecting? Maybe she's someone he knows personally. Another daughter? Or dare I say his girlfriend? God, I hope not. That'd be really weird. She finally drops her pose and clears her throat.
さっき電話したアマネです。
She drops her pose! Arm down, damn it. And just like that, time starts moving again.
ああ、バイトの面接したいって子な。俺が店長の天王寺だ。
バイトの面接だとこんな若い女性が。この新規臭くておしゃれ感ゼロで繁盛もしておらずむさいおっさんが店長のブラウン管工房にバイト希望だというのか。
おめえ、来月から2階の家賃1000円増しな。
俺は事実を言ったまでですよ。もっとも部外者が口を出す問題ではないが、しかしブラウン管工房がバイトを募集していたとはな。この暇さではその必要性を全く感じないのだが。
ああ、それは私が電話で無理って頼んだんです。
The girl looked a little embarrassed.
最初は断られたんだけど
The boss refused at first, but I wouldn't take no for an answer. That's honestly surprising.
今時珍しい若者がいたもんだよな。ま、そこの椅子に座んな、お嬢ちゃん。
Looks like they're gonna have a formal interview. I was going to leave, but since Mr. Brown hasn't kicked me out, I'll stick around a bit longer. The girl's expression is stiff. I guess she's nervous. Just because of a part-time job interview? In contrast to how she said she wouldn't take no for an answer, it doesn't seem so enthusiastic.
名前は何だって？
玉根鈴葉です。
年は？
Ah.
18。
学生？
ううん。
なんでうちで働きたいんだ？
ブラウン管が好きだから。
採用。明日から来い。
Cut.
それでいいのか？というかこれはコントか？もしかして仕込みか？
ありがとう、店長さん。
Finally, Amane Suzaha seems to relax. And she looks at me.
ところでさ、君は誰？
俺のな。聞きたいというのか。いや、やめておけ。それを知ることで、お前にも最悪が降りかかるかもしれん。これまでも多くの人が俺の名を知ったことで機関に狙われた。アメリカのサラ、イタリアのクラウディア、フランスのシモン。これ以上誰かを危険な目に遭わせるわけには。
おい、アホな妄想してんじゃねえよ。
He just doesn't understand my pain.
2階に曲がりしてる岡部倫太郎ってんだ。
岡部ではない。俺はホーイン。
うるせえ。家賃さらに1000円上乗せするぞ。
岡部倫太郎だ。
Girl stands up, places her hand on my shoulder, and looks at me with a serious expression.
君を狙ってるその期間ってのが何なのかはわかんないけど、もし困ってんなら私に相談して。岡部倫太郎、そういうの慣れてるからさ。
は？
Stuff like what?
場合によっては手段を選ばず噛みつけてやることも可能だし。
ミスター・ブラウン、彼女は採用しない方がいいと思う。
ああ、物騒だな。騒ぎ起こしたらクビにするからな。そもそもその期間なんたらは岡部の創作だから本気にすんな。
創作？
せいぜいそう思ってるがいいさ。
Someday the world will kneel before me. Mwahahaha! And then Amane Suzaha stares straight at me again. Maybe she has a habit of looking at people in the eye.
そういうのが流行ってんだ。勉強になったよ。
Trend? I don't think so.
That's it.
Receiving a mail. Oh, Lukaku. Are you really okay with it? Yesterday's exorcism, I feel like it was more of a traditional ceremony. Would have been. I'm worried that something might happen to you because my exorcism wasn't strong enough. It bothers me so much. I can't sleep. P.S. Because of that, I couldn't do more than 3 practice swings with Samadare. Don't worry. Thanks to your exorcism, my right arm has been quiet for a while. Still, there is no telling what could set it off. If I am forced to do battle again, let's pray that the organization's assassins don't find me. And let's reassure Lukaku. Oh yeah. Can I pick a new wallpaper? Yeah. Right. Got a Chivo. Phone ringtone. thought I changed the wallpaper, but I did. Okay. So hot. I was at university all morning. As I returned to Akiba, the heat is now becoming unbearable. I grab an iced coffee at the bakery inside Yodobashi to quench my thirst. While I'm at it, I guess I'll check out At-chan on my phone. I mostly frequent the occult board, the future technology board, and sometimes the physics board. I search for threads on mass disappearance phenomenon or Makise Kurisu stabbing, but turn up nothing. So were those hallucinations after all? When I peek at the occult board, I find multiple posts in multiple threads from somebody claiming to be John Titor. Wait, John Titor is back? John Titor appeared on an American BBS 10 years ago, claiming to be a time travel. This, so far, is actually correct. This actually did happen. In real life. This is where it starts fucking getting a little twisted. Somewhat true, but it was very vague. Explained the principles behind the time machine and provided pictures of its operation manual. But after about 4 months, he disappeared without ever revealing his identity. I don't think there was any posts about time machines or anything like that. He just kept talking about the future. At one point, his predictions gained popularity even in Japan. Yes, he certainly did get some things right. But on the other hand, he missed several others. Some of his posts contradicted each other too. That's why to this day, most people doubt his authenticity as a time traveler. So after 10 years of silence, the same John Titor is now on a Japanese BBS. Now, the real John Titor whole thing, which happened early 2000s, yeah, that really did happen. There was a guy claiming to be a time traveler, and he had all sorts of wild future predictions and all that. I don't remember if he actually posted anything about his time machine, but this is where it diverges from that real thing. So that same John Titor is now on Japanese BBS. No, not at all. In the story of this game, not the real world, yeah, it's the same one. Ridiculous is obviously a troll. First of all, John Titor is American, yet now he's posting on @channel in Japanese. Let's take a look at his posts. I don't expect you to believe it, but I came from the year 2036. I see that everyone would like to know more about my time machine. Time travel technology was developed by CERN. They completed the first time machine in 2034. Time traveler, lol. John Titor, lol. Top gag. More details on the time machine. They sell time machines? How much do they cost? I've got to know. I've got about 100 million yen saved. Can you send me one? Oh my god. Shit posting in Japan is even a thing. CERN has a monopoly on time machines. Not even the most powerful nations on Earth can acquire one. To say nothing of private citizens, CERN used their time machine for power. By 2036, the world has become a dystopia. There is no war, no conflict. However, that is a false peace founded on the complete eradication of liberty. What does lol mean? Why did you come to this time? Was the Akiba satellite crash you're doing? Wait, guys! Titor-san doesn't understand @channel lingo. Let's keep it simple, okay? If you know what I mean. Get a trip code, asshole. Oh look, John Titor's now a trip fag. Awesome. I came here to change my present, in other words, your future. My mission is to destroy CERN's dystopia and restore freedom to the world. This is a wonderful time you're living in. Everyone is free. But you will lose it all in just about 20 short years. It is vitally important that you understand what the future has in store. What is a trip code? I might get one if you tell me what it is. New fags can't Triforce. You said only CERN has time machines. You have a time machine. That must mean you're working for CERN. Therefore, your goal can't be to destroy CERN's dystopia. You're a fraud. QED. What's a dystopia? How can CERN take over the world in just 20 years? Look at the Middle East. You've been reading too much manga if you think you can get those guys to stop killing each other. Who asked you to change the future? You're trying to play God? If they're promising world peace, then I for one welcome our new CERN overlords. Post 523. John Titor. Oh, was the last post Dubs? Oh man. My time machine is a prototype reverse engineered from stolen CERN technology. Compared to their time machine, its capabilities are quite limited. In 2036, the world is ruled by a single all-powerful governing body. They control every aspect of our lives, deciding what we will eat, where we will live, and whom we will marry. There is no privacy, no choice. Anybody who dares oppose them is eliminated. There are no trials. In movies and stuff, small changes to the past cause huge changes to the future. You've already changed the present by coming here. What happens if you make unexpected changes in the future? Kuri Gohan Kamehameha! Implying CERN rules the world. Ha. Green text. Do you even know what CERN is? Lol, OP is a troll, so if we find his dad and kill him, then this time travel, LMAO. Well, never be born and we won't have to listen to this bullshit, am I right? I want to know if you can meet your past self. Can you self-cest? I mean, can you fuck yourself? You're talking about the so-called grandfather paradox that has been debunked. This world line is a divergence of 0.571024% compared to the world line I came from. Killing my father would alter divergence, creating a world line where my father is dead. However, it would not erase this world line, and I would go existing. CERN is a particle physics research institution that hasn't changed in 2036. It is possible to meet your past self. The prevailing theory in my time is that nothing would happen. I, however, haven't met my past self. If you're really a time traveler, then fucking prove it. Post time machine pics or get the fuck out. Don't forget the timestamp. Many worlds interpretation. Whoa, slow down, bro. Research institution taking over the world. Lol, what? I do not feel the need to prove that I am what I say I am. I only post these messages on a whim. My mission comes first. What are world lines? Can you meet yourself from another world line? What happens if you do? Reply to post 476. Late reply. A trip code is a way of to identify posters, but put hashtag password after your name. Lol, backpedaling. John Titor. 807. World lines are like an infinite number of rivers flowing in parallel. Along the way, they constantly branching out into new world lines. This is called divergence. For example, whether or not you post on this message board has practically no offense on this world lines diverges, but if you were murdered, let's say, then the divergence would change. However, it only changed by about 0.000002%, if that. A single human being's death is not terribly significant on a global scale. Wars, disaster, acts of terrorism, and other events that cause widespread death and destruction have much greater effect on divergence. Thanks for telling me about trip codes. I'll make sure to use this one from now on. I'm starting to get tired, so let's pick up again tomorrow. It's been fun talking to everybody. Really? All the cancer and the shit posting? Looks like they've already made an archive of these threads. Of course, there have been sites dedicated to John Titor for years now. This post closely resembles what the original Titor wrote 10 years ago. I've read one of the books on Titor. Keep forgetting it's John Titor. That's how I know. This new John Titor is clearly an imposter. There are many Titor fanatics on that channel. He's not exactly a household name in Japan, but I doubt anyone would fall for this level of trolling. As I continue to read, however, I find the response the opposite of what I expected. Everyone's accepting this time traveler as if this was his first appearance. Nobody has even mentioned his appearance 10 years ago. Finding this strange, I type posting a retort, but everybody ignores me. What the hell? You can figure this out if you do a little research, people. There's the original John Titor thread archived in English and plenty of Titor blogs in Japanese. I entered John Titor's name into a search engine. 12 matches. Wait, only 12? Moreover, all 12 are about the current Tider's postings on @channel. I can't find a single trace of Tider from 10 years ago. Bizarre, this just can't be. I searched for information on Tider a few years back. Back then, I got tens of thousands of hits. Is the search engine filtered? I tried searching another site just to make sure, but it gives me the same result. What is this madness? Feels like I've stumbled onto another plane of reality. Could this be another organization conspiracy? These past 2 days, I've been surrounded by nothing but chaos and confusion. I'll call Daru. He'll know about Tider for sure. After all, I've talked to him about Tider before. I only vaguely remember the details of that conversation, but I'm positive the confrontation happened. But by the time I take my phone out of my bag, I no longer feel like making the call. Well, instead I send him an email on the way back to the lab, and he replies with his location. By May Queen, he means May Queen plus sign Nyan squared, so Nyan, the maid cafe. Daru's a regular there. Apparently 3D cat maids are his thing too. May Queen Nyan is only 3-minute walk from the lab. Coming from Kurameibashi Dori, take a left at, oh god, Tsuma Koisaka crossing, and you'll find it. That's where I'm headed now. It's usually busy in Akihabara during the summer break, but now it's even busier because of the Radicon incident. The area was blocked off yesterday, but it doesn't look like they could keep the main road closed for 2 days straight. I haven't seen a single police officer today. But the Radicon buildings is still off limits. The entrance shutters are closed and sealed shut with yellow police tape.
人工衛星墜落から一夜明けた秋葉原です。警察による規制は解除され、駅前にはものすごい数の人が集まっています。墜落した人工衛星がどこの国のものなのかについては現在も調査中とのことで、詳しいことがわかるまで撤去ができない状態です。警察の発表によりますと、爆発などの危険は今のところないということですが、秋葉原を訪れた買い物客や地元商店街の関係者からは不安の声が上がっています。
Media has dozens of cameras set up outside the police line, and there are nearly twice as many onlookers as reporters, enough to fill the entire street with people. Everyone's aiming their phone and cameras at the satellite-like object. So many people. Living in Akiba, you get used to crowds and big events, but a gathering of this size is unusual. Wonder when they'll get rid of that thing. I hope it doesn't explode or something. They've been letting people back into the area, so I guess there's no danger. Still, considering its unknown origin, I'm surprised there isn't more security. Today, like always, Otaku are shopping for doujinshi, import games, electronics, or whatever else strikes their fancy. Aside from the scene at Radicon, it's the same way as any other day. But I still don't understand what I saw yesterday. I've half accepted the mass disappearance was just my imagination. Maybe I've become unable to distinguish reality from fantasy, like the media likes to say about teenagers these days. You are a teenager if you're 18. With that thought in mind, I return my gaze to the street. And there in front of me stands a woman holding her phone in front of her face. She took a picture. Her phone was clearly pointed at me. I tried to cover my face, but not quickly enough. I turned around just to make sure she wasn't pointing it at someone else behind me, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Meeting all the characters! She's still staring at her phone. Remember, ellipses mean moistness. Without even glancing at me, she turns around and points her phone at some other pedestrian. Maybe she's just taking photos of everyone at the scene, and not just me. Still, I need to have a word with her. So I can't risk the photo getting out.
Wait!
She doesn't turn around. She is so engrossed in her photography that she doesn't even notice me. Or did she not catch my magnificent native level English?
ちょっとそこで携帯カメラを使っているあなた、待ってください。
She turns back, finally noticing me. And of course, her phone turns with her.
よせ、通るんじゃない。まさか機関の差し金か。
She completely ignores my objection. And then she goes back to looking at her phone.
質問に答えてもらいたいんですがね。あなたは機関の人間か。
If she is, then I have to make suitable measures.
違うのか。違うとしても問題がありますよ。俺の写真を持っていると機関に知られれば、あなたにも奴らの魔の手が伸びるかもしれない。とにかく今撮った俺の写真を即刻削除してほしい。
Is she even listening?
謝る。
Lady ignoring me. Wow, she finally speaks just a whisper. That's something.
不快にさせたなら。
If I upset you. She lowers her head slightly in a bow. Or at least I think it's a bow. She's been looking down all this time, so I can't really tell.
謝るより先に写真を削除してほしいわけだから。
風景撮ってた。
Her fingers dance across the phone's keys with impressive speed, exactly the opposite of her annoyingly slow speech pattern.
風景を撮っていた？観光客？
Or is she one of the people who came to see the satellite? In that case, why did she take a picture of me? Shakes her head without looking at me.
証明。自分が今日どこを歩いたか。
Lady ignoring me and apparently sightseeing in Akihabara.
変なやつだな。
桐生萌か。名前。
I guess she's introducing herself. That's nice, but I just want her to delete that photo.
聞きたいことがある。
それより写真を。
都市伝説。秋葉原の。知らない。
An urban legend? What is she talking about? Don't tell me there's a brilliant but insane mad scientist said to be lurking in Akihabara. And now that brilliant but insane mad scientist is the target of every assassin in the underworld. I've remained in this town for far too long. I'll need to make plans. You were in such a bad town. I'm glad.
幻のレトロ PC。
レトロ PC？
She replies with a nod or something like a nod.
秋葉原のどこかにあるらしくて、それが。
そうか。
At any rate, this is the first I've heard about a Phantom Retro PC.
幻のレトロ PC というと、キュッパチあたりか？
First model that comes to mind. But are 98s really that hard to find? Shakes her head slightly, or something like a shake.
いいえ、これ。
IBM 5100. It's hard to tell since the picture is monochrome, but it looks like some kind of PC. Looks kind of familiar.
IBM 5100。
An IBM 5100.
ジョン・タイターが手に入れようとした PC か。
It's a computer John Titer tried to get. Fingers twitch, I think.
見たことは？
You've seen one?
ない。
No. I've only heard the name. Coincidence? No!
これもシュタインズゲートの選択かもしれん。
詳しい人知らない？
ダルンならば詳しく知っているかもな。そいつは俺の マイフェイバリットライトアームであるスーパーハッカーでな。MI6 の中枢にすらハッキングできる実力の持ち主なのだ。
The MI6 part is slight exaggeration, but if that ever did happen, Men in Black would break down our door and take us away. But the super hacker part is true. The depth of his computer knowledge is uncanny. Speaking of Dadu, I'm supposed to meet him at May Queen Nyan Nyan. I don't have time to stand and chat with some crazy lady I don't know.
メディアスクラムの男だね。
Trying to make a smooth exit one-liner and everything, but she grabs my sleeve before I can disappear into the crowd.
何をする？
メルアド、教えて。
何が狙いだ？
スーパーハッカーの。
My only other ally is Mayuri, whose skills amount to costume design.
断る。今ダルを失うわけにはいかん。
She's following me. I pick up the pace, but she's still chasing me.
俺の後ろを歩くな。
I'm perturbed. She shows me her phone again. On the screen is the picture of me that she took.
まだ削除していなかったのか。
教えてくれたら削除する。
この俺を脅すとは。貴様、何者だ？
I attempt to glare her into submission, but her eyes are already lowered. My glare is ineffective.
私は
She hesitates for a second.
アークリライトの
Work part-time at Arc Rewrite.
なんだそれは。
ヘンプの秋葉原にある。
One of those companies that writes articles for magazines? Is this gloomy lady really fit for that kind of work?
貴様、俺の写真を無断で記事にするつもりだな。
The mad scientist of Akiba unveiled. I can see the headlines now. That's all the organization will need to turn Akiba into a sea of blood. No, I must avoid that gruesome outcome at all costs. I have no choice.
交換条件に乗ろう。
I hear that photo. I have no idea of knowing how it might be used. I pull up my email address and show it to her. Looking back and forth from my phone to her, she enters my info with terrifying speed.
そうか。この女、能力者か。
Up her shining finger, her magical thumb types cursed emails at 255 characters per minute. Whoever received one dies. Done typing my address, it took all of 5 seconds.
おーいん今日もマッドサイエンティストだ。
どう書くの？
フェニックスの鳳凰に陰、そして凶悪なる真実。フェニックスの鳳凰に陰、そして凶悪なる真実だ。
こう？
なんだこれは、ふざけるな。俺のマナをバカにするつもりか。
She lowers her head a little more in an apologetic bow, I guess.
力してやる。
She shakes her head, clutching her phone with both hands as if to protect it from me. Like a spoiled child who can't let go of a toy, she shields it from me with all her might. What does she think I'm gonna do? The reaction is a little depressing. Anyway, she's obviously not going to hand her phone over. So I ask for her address instead, and I send her a blank mail. She told me her name a few minutes ago, but I forget it already as I enter her shining finger. What am I doing standing here in the middle of the street? Let's hurry up and send her that blank email. I don't need to type anything. It's just to give her my name. Oh yeah, it's real subtle that you lose track of that. Back. I don't like that wallpaper. I change it back to blue. Okay, change. Shining finger outgoing. She's staring at her phone. I don't think I've ever met somebody who made less eye contact.
なぜその名を？
Damn, my email's still linked to my real name. Oh, what a dipshit. I must change it at once.
それは世を忍ぶ仮の名だ。もう一度法院の。いいわ。これ。何を言う？俺は岡部倫太郎ではなく法院今日まであって。画像は消したか？消したのなら証拠を見せろ。
メールするから聞いといてね。
何をだ？
都市伝説。
Oh, that I almost forgot. With that, Shining Finger wanders off. Throughout the encounter, she kept the same cool expression. Actually, I don't think we ever once made eye contact.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様。
Open the door at May Queen Yan Yan, Maid Cafe, and the two familiar cat-eared girls greet me with smiles.
おかりんだ。
One of them is Mayuri. But here she's called Mayushi Nyan Nyan. Since she works here, I stop about twice a month. I guess that would make me a regular customer. Actually, I've never been to any other Mad Cafe.
おかえりなさいませ。
After bowing again, Mayuri gasped as if she thought of something.
ねえねえ、おかり。マユシーは今気づいたんだけどね。おかりんとおかえりって似てるね。
Whatever.
今日もよく来たにゃん。ゆっくりしていってね。
The other maid who came to greet me, Ferris Nyan Nyan, her professional name, of course, hits me with her trademark combo attack of cute cat-like gestures. She's May Queen Yan. She's the cafe's most popular maid. I'm not saying fucking May Queen Yan Yan plucking so many fucking times. Even though she and Mayuri are about the same age, she looks and acts a bit younger.
ダルニャンも来てるにゃん。待ちぼうけしてるにゃん。
Daru frequents this cafe because he's got a crush on Ferris. He often reads her public blog while muttering, "Ferris, you're so cute," to himself. He's got it real bad. I keep telling him to choose either 2D or 3D, but he doesn't listen. I also have trouble dealing with this cat girl. She always finds a way to best me.
今日も期間打倒のための極秘会議かにゃ。
そんなところだ。
フェイリスも混ぜてほしいにゃ。
やめておけ。猫耳メイドが太刀打ちできるほど期間は甘くない。
そんなことないにゃ。フェイリスにはあの非奥義があるのにゃ。きっとお役に立てるにゃ。
Oh, and here comes the puns.
何？あの日をついに得得したのか。
そうにゃ。ギアナ高地での修行に耐え抜き、師匠の死も乗り越えて、フェイリスはついに手に入れたのにゃ。
What mentor? Ferris knows my true name, Ho in Kyoma. I've also told her all about the organization. And now she's more into it than I am. She's always the one to bring up the subject whenever we meet. By the way, this is the first time I've heard of this secret technique or whatever it is.
だから今日も約束通りフェイリスの精霊会議に参加させてほしいにゃ。
She's not letting it go. I'll take 30 minutes. It'll take 30 minutes if I play along with her.
お前サンクチュアリに行くというのか。ダメだ。いくら非奥義を得得したとはいえ、あの場所はお前にはまだ早すぎる。
そんな約束したにゃ。にゃのに今日まが裏切るっていうのかにゃ。それにあの場所にはフェイリスのお兄ちゃんが。
Since when do you have a brother? And what the hell's that the spirits conference anyway? Ferris looks at me with actual tears in her eyes. I falter, even though I know it's just one of her cutesy acts. Whenever I talk with her, I run out of comebacks, which is really unusual for me. And then she takes the initiative, leaving me with nothing to do but listen to her fantasies. I mean, come on, you can only take it so far. There's a very clear difference between her stories and mine. As anyone can see, I speak nothing but the truth, while Ferris has only delusions and a made-up backstory. Oh, pot calling the kettle black here. I always play along. That's how I feel like I can never best her.
なんかわからないけど、マユシーもサンクチュアリっていうところに行きたいな。
Right now, look who's joined in. It's going to get even worse from here. I have to end this conversation now.
来なくていい。この話はもう終わりだ。
今日まだってずるいにゃ。そうだよ。マユシーもフェリスちゃんもダメなんてね。オカリンは冷たいと思うのです。
フェリスとは誰だ？
フェリスちゃんはフェリスちゃんだよ。ね
Mayuri and Ferris looks at each other and smile. Is she talking about this Ferris? Is that a real name? Have I been mistaken all this time? That's a disturbing thought.
マユシーは言いにくいからフェリスちゃんって短くしてるんだ。
なんだそういうことか。
なんだか女学院みたいでそれも悪くないにゃ。
Oh, God. Okay then, moving on.
いいからさっさと案内してくれ。俺はいつまでここに立っていればいいんだ。
ごめんなさいにゃ。ご主人様、ご案内にゃ。
Kako, I asked Mayuri-chan about what it is you're fighting against, but she just laughed and didn't answer. What should I do? I want to help Kyoma-san. Okay, there you go. Bammo! Oh, I thought I said I had it. Okay, sorry, yeah.
ご案内よろしくにゃんにゃ。任せてにゃんにゃ。
Yeah, I noticed the cat-eared maids here at the cafe are required to add cat sounds, nyas and yans, to their words with somewhat frequency. Japanese onomatopoeia and whatnot. Instead of meow, it's nyan. Mayuri takes my hand and leads me inside. Apparently, Mayushi is the only one who leads customers by the hand like this. Probably comes naturally to her. She doesn't even realize the effect it has on her customers, and that's why she's second to Ferris in popularity at this maid cafe. She guides me to Daru's table. Table's about 60% full. Among Akiba's maid cafes, maid queens, popularity is solid but not booming. Considering what Ferris and the others are wearing, it's more like a cosplay cafe than a maid cafe. Furthermore, the cat airs and cat dialect makes it less accessible to low-level otaku and first-timers. On the other hand, those same cat ears are a topic of heated debate among die-hard maid cafe fans. Maids don't have cat ears. Cat ears plus maids equals double the moe. These two viewpoints clash. This place is one of the older maid cafes in Akihabara, but it doesn't get much media exposure. Maybe that's because that's what makes it more comfortable than most. At least that's what Daru says. He talks about this stuff so much that it's burned into my synapses.
ダルくん、オカリンが来たにゃ。
遅すぎでしょマジで。
Daru sits in front of me but doesn't look my way. He looks upset for some reason.
それで今フェイリスタンと何を話していたか詳しく
聞きたいのか。どうせ誰には理解できない話だと思うが。
Hell, even I didn't get the most of it.
ああ、そっち系の話か。フェイリスタンとオカリンの会話は普通のオタじゃついていけない領域に達してるよな。オーラみたいなものが出てるっつうの。二人だけの固有結界張りやがって許さない。絶対にだ。
エリスちゃんもオカリンのこと気に入ってるみたいだにゃ。お店の子、お店に来るご主人様たちみんな含めてエリスちゃんのお話についていけるのはね、オカリンだけだもんにゃ。
I'm not even close to keeping up with her.
そんなオカリンに嫉妬。なんという勝ち組。
嘘で塗り固めた女になど興味がない。
今日のお前が言うなすれはここですか。
黙れ浮気野郎めが。二次元の嫁が泣いているぞ。
ぐはー、痛いところ疲れたっす。
Daru theatrically grabs his chest and falls onto the floor. I sip from one of the glasses of water that Marie has brought to the table.
で、ご主人様、ご注文はお決まりですかにゃ。
オムライス、それとホットコーヒー、ブラックで。
かしこまりますにゃんにゃ。
Taking my ori, Mayuri finds her way towards the counter as if swimming between the rows of tables. I hope she doesn't trip.
で、僕なんか用事だった。
Daru asks without getting up from the table. That's right. In my confrontations with Shining Finger and Kick Girl, I forgot my original objective.
あと1時間ぐらいしたらラボに行くつもりだったんだけど。
内密で緊急の話があるのだ。
I lean on the table and scan the area without moving my head.
ジョン・タイターは知っている。
ジョン・タイター？誰？
アメリカに10年ほど前に現れた自称未来人だ。 お前とは以前こいつの話題をしたはずだぞ。
またオカリンのいつもの設定？
設定とか言うな。俺が話すことは全て真実だ。
ああ、めんどくせえ。じゃあ付き合ってやるけどさ、そのタイターってやつが未来人だっていうソースは？
待て、なんでそんな初耳のような言い方をする？
事実初耳だから。
忘れたわけではなく、
自信はないけど。
日本でもそいつに関する本が出ている。
その本を見せてくれたら思い出せるかも。
本当に何も知らないのか？
人の記憶力なんて結構曖昧なもんしょ。デジタルと違ってさ。
This is wrong. I remember talking to Daru about John Titor back in high school. It was the only idle talk, and so it's possible that Daru forgot about it. Daru is quite the internet addict, but the internet lets you choose what information you want to see. There's no guarantee that he ever looked up info on John Titor. If he had, I doubt he would have forgotten so completely. Is it my memories that are mistaken, or everyone else's?
だったら IBN5100 については？
And what about the IBN 5100?
へえ、オカリンがそんな PC を知ってるなんてね。
Oh, you know about that. Cool.
知っているんだな。
IBN が1975年に発売したモデルっしょ。
どんな PC なんだ？
値段高すぎの PC だな。黎明期だったからすげえ高くて個人には手が出せなかったらしい。 IBN の独自技術が詰まったその当時にしては結構優秀な PC だったんだけどね。 IBN は6年後の1981年に IBN-PC っていう大ヒットシリーズを発売してて、そっちの方が有名なわけ。つうか僕も IBN5100 の知識はネットのウィキを見たことがあるぐらいだぞ。
それが現在の秋葉にあるという都市伝説を聞いたことは？
おうおう、あるある。1ヶ月前ぐらいにネットで話題になったな。で、その噂を聞きつけたアットちゃんの有志が秋葉中のショップを探して回ったんだよ。フレパラのフレンドにゲジネって人がいるんだけど、その人が中心になってね。あの疾風陣雷のナイトハルトまで出張ってきたらしいけど、結局見つからなかったんだって。
じゃあ都市伝説はデマだったということか？
さあ知らねえ。秋葉にはアンダーグラウンドなショップがたくさんあるし、案外どっかの怪しいショップにひょっこり転がっててもおかしくないんじゃね？
ふむ、なるほど。
Jesus, she's chatty Cathy on the phone. But it would be super great if you could ask your friend about the super hacker about the IBM 5100. I don't really know anything about computers. I'll have to go on as the picture I showed you how to touch the image. Be absolutely positive. Be absolutely positively sure to reply, okay? I'll be waiting, and if you could, I'd be super happy if you gave me your super hacker friend's email. So... Come on, what's with this email disregarding his... She's like a completely different person in the email. She have split personality or something? Well, I got some info about it, so I should give her a reply, but I sent go when I just met. I might come off clingy and desperate. Not be taken lightly. This is my chance to make her understand which one of us is the superior being. Above all, I have yet to ascertain if she can be trusted. She might start harassing me if I reply the wrong way. Besides, she hasn't proven that she's not working for the organization. Nonetheless, it couldn't hurt to tell her what I learned from Daro. To discourage her, of course. Mwahahaha. Let's ignore it. Is that a kindness?
待たせたな、ダル。それで、一つだけ確認したいんだが。
Can I not reply at all to it? I guess not. I scanned the area with my eyes once more, then leaning close. IBN 51 has the power to destroy the world, right?
なんでだよ。引き金にはならないし、世界滅亡もしないっつうの。
にゃに世界滅亡しちゃうのかにゃ。
She's doing her cat-like gestures while keeping her tray balanced on one hand. True feline agility. Despite her cat girl nonsense, Ferris is a consummate professional.
ご主人様、お待たせしましたにゃんにゃ。オムライスにゃん。
Cat girl puts the omelet rice on the table and then takes a bottle of ketchup from her apron pocket. She uses it to write "The world is doomed" in red letters upon my omelet's blank yellow canvas.
世界滅亡前にどうぞ召し上がれ。
おお、世界がやばい、来たー。フェイリスさんの丸文字の可愛さに僕もやばい。
It appears the cuteness is shattered by Daru's sanity. Give him a look that says calm down, but to no avail. Smooth out the ketchup with the bottom of my spoon, erasing the ketchup words.
もったいない。
Going to eat it either way.
ダルニャンダルニャン、フェイリス杯の件考えてくれたかにゃ。
ああ、もちろん。僕も参加します。
エイリス杯？なんだそれは。
Take a mouthful of omelet rice.
次の日曜日にこの店でライネットの大会をやるのにゃ。
Bruce starts dancing in place. I'd prefer she not jump around like that when people are eating nearby.
フェイリスはその幹事である実行委員長、つまり言い出しっぺなのにゃ。よかったら今日も参加するにゃん。参加費はドリンク込みで1000円。フェイリスに勝てた人には商品として手作り料理を振る舞うにゃ。
無理無理。オカリンはライネットには詳しくないんだ。
にゃー、面白いのに。
いいな、俺は。
I stop shoveling omelet rice into my mouth and I deliver a melancholy sigh.
アクセスバトラーズか。その名を聞くたび、チャンピオンだったあいつのことを思い出す。あれからもう2年になるのか。いや、なんでもない。今のは忘れてくれ。
にゃにゃ、すっごーく思わせぶりな態度だったのにゃ。あいつって誰にゃ。
多分存在しないんじゃね。ライネットって公式大会が始まったら1年前ぐらいだし。
今日まあの人のことまだ忘れられないのかにゃ。
はあ、
確かにあの頃あの人フェイリスのお兄ちゃんと京馬はとっても仲が良くてフェイリスも嫉妬しちゃうぐらいだったにゃ。
Damn it, she took my story and ran with it again. I never even said anything about him being her brother. Hell, I don't know if Ferris even has siblings. I shouldn't have talked about stuff like this in front of Ferris.
でもいい加減思い出にばかりすがるのはやめるにゃ。
Her shouts resound through the store, her finger snaps at me.
フェイリスは辛くても辛いからこそ を継いでライネッターになったんだにゃ。覚えてるかな、お兄ちゃんがいつも言ってた言葉。いつかライネットで世界に平和をもたらそうって。
Oh god.
フェイリス、コーヒー持ってきて。
にゃにゃ。
I present my empty plate to Ferris. I always eat quickly. It's a habit I picked up naturally during my years on the run from the organization. Screw the slow food trend.
かしこまりましたにゃ。少々お待ちください。
Ferris takes the dish and heads back to the counter. Boo, if I'd left things go as they were, I would have had to play along for another 10 minutes in her fantasy world.
フェイリスタンは知る人ぞ知る実力派ライネッターなんだぜ。
Daru explains with a wry smile.
非公式の野良試合では400戦無敗なのさ。
ヒクソンか。
Daru ignores my perfect retort.
フェイリスタンが公式大会に出ないのが残念だよ。出れば優勝間違いなしなのに。
なんで出ないんだ。
この店のご主人様たちを第一に考えてるってことっしょ。店に迷惑をかけてまで大会には出ないってスタンス、メイドの鏡だろマジで。それにマユシと同い年だから学校も行かなきゃいけないだろうし。
店に迷惑かけないと言っておきながら、フェイリツ杯なるものを店で開くのかな。
細けいことはいいんだよ。とりあえずフェイリスタンは可愛い。可愛いは正義。猫耳ロリメイドはけしからん。性的な意味で。それでいいだろう。
お前は結局2次元派なのか3次元派なのか、どちらなのだ。
あえて言おう。倍であると。
いろいろとフリーダムだな、ダルは。
よく言われます。さあせん。
Daru usually doesn't show enthusiasm for anything. The exceptions are Moe and Ferris. I wish he were passionate about our experiments. Oh, I got another mail. From Ferris. They're more perceptive than I thought. Yeah, so now you understand what's at stake. The Red Southern Cross will soon hatch. Yeah. The time has come for Ferris to journey to the sanctuary. Let's click hatch. Impossible. You mean it's already awakening? It's 50 years earlier than I predicted. What does this mean? Oh god. Delusions are so strong. Alright, let's get out of the phone. Okay, I had to pull Daru away from Ferris so we could return to the lab. We arrived to find it hotter than a sauna in hell. I quickly opened the windows, letting a small breeze blow in. It won't be enough. Flip our fan to full power and place it on the table in front of me. I really wish we had an air conditioner. I turn on the computer. This is our PC for communal use among lab members. It still uses an old CRT monitor, so it looks ancient. But don't let its looks deceive you. Our computer whiz Daru scrounged up some parts and made some mods to it. In any case, I don't spend much time on it. I mostly use it to update the Future Gadget Laboratories homepage, check my email, visit news sites, browse that and, you know, porn. Wonder if the new titer is still posting. Sure is. Tripfag's posting away. I see that everyone would like to know about my time machine. I'm happy to explain. Just so you know, it's impossible to reproduce it with current technology. Certain critical components won't exist until CERN invents them in 2034. Time travel works by altering gravity. Basically, you can think of it as using the twin paradox, but that alone isn't enough to return time. You're still here, Faker? You are annoying. Go away. So your power is gravity control? Not bad, but still not enough for the top tier power levels. Time paradox, is that like the Urashima effect? That's just slowing time down, not reversing it. Who gives a shit about the time machine? Give me stock prices. And here's Ho-Oh in Kyoma's fucking post. It uses Tipler cylinders and Kerr black holes, doesn't it? Just like you said 10 years ago, and your time machine is a 1970s Chevy. I know all of it. God, shut the fuck up. Twin time traveler, John Titor, lol. A Chevy's an American car, right? I'd rather go German or BMW. Kuri Gohan, by Tipler cylinders, are you referring to the Tipler machine? Lol, what? A Tipler cylinder would have to be 10K in diameter, 1000K long, have a mass equal to the sun, and revolve 2,500 times per second to become a time machine. How do you fit that into a Chevy? Even if you could, a Tipler machine can't travel further back in time than the moment of its creation. Enough of your delusions, Aunt Blonde. I want to hear from John Titor. This is a surprise. Does this mean people of this age already know about my time machine? Did you really encounter me 10 years ago? If so, then that must have been on another world line. I, at least, have not gone to the year 2000. In any case, the important point is that the rotating black hole has the same effect as a Tipler cylinder. You can learn more about Kerr black holes by studying the Penrose diagram and Tipler's calculations. My time machine works by generating a pair of Kerr black holes. In Japanese, please. Titor came 10 years ago. What about Kerr black holes? What the fuck are Kerr black holes? Can somebody explain using boobies or a erotic one? I'll pay 1,000 yen to ride your time machine, blah blah blah. You know, fucking shitpost. You didn't deny it, lol. How about Hoen's crazy train prepare for a train wreck? Kerr black hole time travel is theoretically possible, but how do you get black holes to spin? Don't tell me you wait until you find one spinning naturally. That's ridiculous. How do you pass through a singularity? There's no way a Chevy can withstand that pressure. Shitpost. This isn't a delusion I know for a fact. John Titor posted 10 years ago. There's even a book about it. Search the used bookstores if you don't believe me. His Chevy has a gravity distortion unit. That's what he said 10 years ago. Shit. Trip fact again. Yes, it does have a gravity distortion unit. My time machine is not perfect. It was built by a third party who reverse engineered CERN's design. The gravity distortion unit is a little unstable. First, the unit produces microsingularity, then injects electrons to induce rapid rotation. This generates a local gravity sine wave. As the time machine passes through the singularity, the gravity distortion unit regulates the pressure to ensure safe passage. I'm not a specialist, so I can't explain the mechanics any further. Let me just say that Kerr black holes can be manufactured. I assume everyone's aware of CERN's currently experiments with black hole creation. Too long didn't read, shut the fuck up. Shitpost. Oh fuck, Titor's black holes are gonna swallow the earth. Shitpost. It's not that you won't explain, it's that you can't, lol. How do you set destination? The earth is constantly moving, or didn't you know that? By the way, I propose John Titor equals Hoenn theory. I set the destination with the VGL system. That's a variable gravity lock. It functions by reading the local gravity of the destination and locking the Tipler sine wave onto that location. By locking onto the Earth's gravity, it ensures I don't end up floating in space. It uses 4 cesium blocks to make the calculations, so margin of error is negligible. I mean, I never heard of anything. The universe is deep in Titor's shit. Same information was in the Titor book, although you could have. All you've done is post 10-year-old copy pasta, and who could do that? How do I know you're the real Titor? And then people assuming he's same fagging. Whoa! I shouldn't have wasted all day on 8chan. I almost said 4chan, but it's 8chan. We have more important things to deal with. Namely, phone waves, name subject to change. We haven't experimented with it since yesterday. Needs to make some more gel bananas. It's high time I figured out what's going on with that damn thing. Earlier I asked Daru to connect the phone wave, name subject to change, to the computer. He finished setting it up yesterday, and now he's about to do a quick wire work in the development room.
なあ、ダル。なぜペケロッパなのだ？
Hey, Daru, what's with the X68,000? I mean, it's a 20-year-old machine with specs lower than my cell phone.
ロマンだからに決まってんじゃん、上皇。
主人公が日本人なのに、オッドアイである理由のようなものか。
全然意味がわからん。
ロマンだ。
ロマンならしょうがないな。いずれにしてもラボには他に空いてる PC がなかったんだよ。
お前の最新 PC は？
ふざけんな。こんなわけのわからんものにつなげて、もし動作が遅くなったらどうすんだよ。
Selfish bastard. Besides, we made PhoneWave name subject to change together. It's our crazy machine.
そういえば、ゲル化については調べてきたん？
ああ、今朝大学に行ってきた。
Banana Jellify. Great word. What kind of science are we dealing with here?
顕微鏡で調べてみたんだが、分子レベルでズタズタだった。
ズタズタ？
総転移とかそういうレベルではなかった。バナナではない何かになっていた。
移植した可能性はないか。2分間チンしたぐらいで腐るはずないもんな。
フラクタル構造を思い出したよ。
メンガーのスポンジだっけ？
ああ、バナナにフラクタル図形の穴をナノレベルで無限に開けていったような感じ。
なんかやばくね？何が起きてるんだろう？
俺には一つ仮説がある。
Adding a dramatic pause to build tension.
電子レンジの電磁波の影響という仮説だ。
え？それってどういう？
俺の推測が正しければ、電話レンジ過去仮はとんでもない殺傷兵器になりうる。軍事に転用すれば戦争の歴史が塗り替わるだろう。俺だ。計画は第2段階を迎えた。あ、いずれ奴らは思い知ることになるだろう。グランドジャッジメントは近いのだとな。全てはシュタインズゲートの意志であり、人類はそれに抗うことはできん。プッサコングル。
妖精さんと話してんじゃねえっつーの。接続終わったぜい。
I want to explain that he's not imaginary, but revealing the identity of my contact would be a betrayal. Last thing I need is another enemy, especially one whose power and cunning rivals that of the organization. The phone wave, named subject to change, is now an indecipherable mess of wires. All I did was hook it up to a computer, yet it turned out like a MacGyver, something MacGyver would put together. I mean, MacGyver. Now we can access the microwave's terminal mode and see exactly what's going on in the computer's brain.
で、どうする？
バナナは用意してやる。
Just before I left, May Queen, Mayuri asked me to buy some bananas. With her money. She's too nice for her own good, or maybe she didn't even consider what would happen. By now you'd think she'd know that if I buy bananas, I'm going to experiment on them. I check my email, thank you. Paris again. That's why you need to locate the 14th man as soon as possible. He must be in the Hawk's Nest, somewhere in the prison, and, you know, just ongoing Shinibyo banter and crap. And so I put the entire bunch of bananas into the phone wave, name subject to change.
丸々使うとまたマユシがしょんぼりしちゃうんじゃね？それマユシのお金で買ってきたんだろ？
奴から提供された研究費だ。
そもそも丸々全部使う必要なんてないし、一本でいいよ一本で。
Nora retrieves a banana, peels one from the bunch, and sticks it back inside the phone wave. Name subject to change.
実験に金をケチるようでは、世界の支配構造を作り変えることなどできんぞ。
作り変えたいと思ってんのはオカリンだけだって。
He lost all enthusiasm the second we got back to the lab. What a fickle man.
ほら、早く携帯からタイマー入力よろ。
Right, now where did I put my phone? Now my pocket, it's right here. So, contacts, phone wave, call. Call complete. Instant access.
RENG こちらは電話レンジかっこ仮です。
Mayushi guidance system.
こちらからタイマー操作ができます。シャープボタンを押した後、温めたい秒数をプッシュしてください。
マユシガイダンスにスキップ機能をつけておくんだった。待たされるとイライラする。
例えば1分なら2分ならシャープ120です。
Alright, entering 120 hashtag 20 pound. Completo! Turntable inside the phone wave, name subject to change, begins to spin backwards.
2分は結構長いな。
2 minutes sure is a long... It doesn't actually have to be 2 minutes. Mayuri had the timer set to 2 minutes when she first discovered the freezing function, or whatever it is. So we're just reproducing that. Naturally, we have experimented with 60 seconds and 180 seconds too. If we set it shorter, the freezing only goes halfway. If at all, conversely, setting it longer increases the effect.
でもさ、マジで電磁波のせいだったら僕らの細胞なんかもスカスカになっちゃってんのか？
While still looking bored, Daru finally gets into the discussion at hand.
お前は電話レンジカッコ仮の中に入ってチンされたことがあるのか？
そもそも入れない罠。つうか、電磁波の影響ってソースは？
あえて言うならば、マッドサイエンティストとしての勘だ。
根拠なしとか。
かつてエイジさんはこう言った。1% のひらめきがなければ 99% の努力は無駄でしかない。だから発明家よ、ひらめけと。
天才は 1% のひらめきと 99% の努力じゃなかった？
残念だったな。近年ではそれは誤って広まったものだというのが常識になっているのだ。
エジソンが言ったん？ひらめけって。
そう、ひらめけ。
I don't know if that was exactly what he said, but I'm sure it was something along those lines. At least that's what the wiki said.
ゆえに天才マッドサイエンティストである俺は常にひらめ。
I am always inspired. The phone wave, name subject to change, rings.
しかしチンをしたところでゲル状になるだけで新しい発見など何もないよな。
It feels like we wasted 120 seconds on nothing. Daru opens the phone wave, name subject to change, door, and peeks inside.
お？
He rubs his eyes, blinks several times, then resumes staring in the microwave.
何をしている？
いや、あれ、消えた。
消えたって何が？
バナナが。
What is he talking about? I pushed her aside, looking to the phone wave. Name subject to change.
ない。
There's nothing inside. Banana has vanished without a trace. After a short pause to collect myself, I whip out my phone and speak into the silence.
俺だ。厄介なことになった。俺たちはどうやらとんでもないものを目覚めさせてしまったらしい。
とんでもないものって何ぞ？
I ignore Derek's panicked cry, continue talking mindlessly into my cell phone. I'm surprised too, my heart's pounding, but I try to appear calm.
今すぐに緊急要請666号クーリングオフを発動させろ。何？政府の承認？バカか！そんなことを言ってる場合ではない。このままではこの国が吹っ飛ぶぞ。
I put my phone away after yelling like a fucking idiot.
遅延を
うるさいフェリスのストーカー。それでバナナをどこに隠した？
誰がストーカーだよ。
バナナを出して。手品でも披露して得意になっているつもりか？
隠したのはオカリンだろ。
Uncomfortable silence. I realize my throat's dry.
なんで消えたんだよ。
知らんがな。
どこに行った？バナナ！バナナ！
Take the turntable out of the microwave, scour every nook and cranny, and find neither peel nor stem of the banana.
そうか。わかったぞ。これは電磁波兵器などではなく、テレポートが可能な電子レンジだったのだ。
なんだって？ってそんな無茶な。
でなければこの密室からバナナが消えるはずがない。
ひとまず冷静になるべきじゃね？
そうだな。
I know, I'll eat one of the remaining bananas. That always calms me down. I reach for a bunch of bananas. Impossible! Impossible! Now, 3 minutes ago, Daru plucked a banana from the bunch and put it inside the phone wave. Name subject to change. But now there's no sign of that banana was ever plucked. Instead, a single jellified banana has appeared among the regular bananas.
なんじゃこりゃ。どうなってんだ？
Daru notices it too. He reaches out to touch it, but I quickly stop him.
誰よ？このラボに今バナナはいくつある？
多分このバナナだけ。
このゲルバナがくっついているところはお前がさっきちぎった場所か？
わかんねえ。そこまで確認してないし。このゲルバナ完全にくっついてるな。
No cuts or anything. Aside from the jellification, it looks completely normal.
誰？これってもしかして。
The word I spoke impulsively a few seconds ago. I hesitate to speak it again, but I must. Because no matter how unbelievable it may be, we saw it with our own eyes. My head's full of question marks. I don't know how this happened, but if I were to explain it as I saw it, the banana that was inside the phone wave, name subject to change, returned instantly to its bunch. In other words, A teleporter? We've invented a teleporter? I hear a girl's voice coming from the lounge.
興味深い実験してますね。
誰だ？
My heart just skipped a beat. I turn towards the voice in surprise. And get pierced by a sharp stare!
バカだ。なぜ貴様がここに？若干18歳にしてサイエンスに論文が掲載された天才。囚人監視の中で男をいじめるド S 女。そしてまたの名をザ・ゾンビマキセ・クリス。
説明セリフオッズ。
誰がゾンビだ？誰が？
一体どういうことだ？何が目的でここへ？
あなたに会いに来たの。岡部倫太郎さん。あ、じゃなくて法王院京馬さんだった？
Wait, how the hell does she know my real name? I never have spoken it in front of her.
そうか。やはり貴様、機関に所属するエージェント。しかも特殊能力者だな。それならば不死であることもうなずける。
だから死んでないって勝手に殺さないでくださいよ。橋田さん、この人何とかしてもらえませんか？
この状況でマキセ氏が現れたからオカリンは混乱してると思われ。
Dara doesn't seem phased by this girl's entrance. Why?
裏切ったのか？
オカリン暴走しすぎ。
マキセ・クリスに弱みを握られたか？それとも色化に惑わされたか？
I glare at Kirisu. He's right. He's my right-hand man. How dare you?
許さんぞ。このビッチが。
Just so happens my right hand's what I'm used to masturbate with. Kurisu's eyes flash dangerously, I think. Such intensity from an 18-year-old. Maybe she didn't resurrect after all, her first death. After her first death, maybe she's a robotic killing machine constructed to replace the dead Kirisu. Is that it? For now, I'll do as I'm told.
この場所のことは昨日講義が終わった後で橋田さんから聞いたの。あなたの名前もね。
That's all. The truth is, kind of a letdown.
俺と話をしに来たと言ったな。
そうです。私が死んだのを見たっていうのが事実なのか、単なるセクハラの言い訳なのか、それについての回答が欲しくて。
Now that you mention it, she did treat me like I was a perv yesterday. Well, I suppose I should be grateful she didn't call the cops on me after what I did. What choice did I have? Anybody would react the same way if a dead person reappeared before them, right?
でも、今のあなたの振る舞いで理解した。どうやら単なるセクハラだったみたい。つまり、私の予測が証明されたということ。
勝手に結論を出さないでもらおうか。お前は俺を誤解している。
I must clear my name or I'll be labeled as a perv forever. High school rules, bro.
まあ、そのことは今はいいんです。
え、いいのか？
That's a relief. I was sure she was going to call the police. But that for now part bothers me. Kurisu enters the development room with quick, confident stride. Even though she's only 18, she's got a decent figure and a good posture. Not much in the chest, though. Her presence seems to fill the cramped room, driving me and Daru into the corners. Can't she tell this area is off limits?
そういえば、まともに自己紹介してませんでしたね。マキセ・クリスです。改めまして、よろしく。
She holds out her hand. What is she trying to do? She lightning from her fingertips?
握手もできないの？日本の男の人って常識が足りないんじゃない？
This girl genius is only asking for a handshake. We've only met yesterday. Just moments ago, she was on the verge of calling the
欧
cops.
米か？アメリカで7年暮らしてますが何か？
欧米か。
I look down at her slender fingers. Glossy, healthy fingernails, no unnecessary nearby. Can't talk. I stare, fixated. Slowly, I extend my hand, making sure to keep enough weight on my heels so I can flee at a moment's notice. I lightly grab the tip of Kirisu's index finger between my thumb and index finger and then instantly let go.
身にまとう殺気が半端ないからな。これが俗に言うマーシャルアーツか。
俗に言わないわよ。
では、忍者。
言わないっつってんだろ。
Damn, she's completely cold. Her tone gets scary sometimes, too.
アメリカ育ちならば、Nice to meet you と満面の笑みを浮かべながら握手を求めるのが普通だろう。や、むしろハグを求めるぐらいするべきだ。
Perhaps that's too much to expect from a killing machine.
どんな偏見よそれ。
What kind of stereotype is that? Pretty so sighs. Not even looking at me. Instead, she's staring at the bananas next to the phone wave, name subject to change. The bananas which have just exhibited a most unusual phenomenon. Of the bunch, one has been completely jellified.
本当に興味深いですね。
Kurisu brings her face closer to get a good look.
ピンセットあります？
ない。
そう。
And then Kurisu stabs the gelatinous banana with her index finger. She buries her beautiful fingertip knuckle deep into the slimy banana. Oh, phrasing.
何をする？希少な実験データを。
ぐずぐずね。
And she's now sounding a banana. Kurisu extracts her finger. Pieces of gel cling to her fingertip. She puts that fingertip into her mouth without any hesitation.
味
ああ
確か。まず。
She says it with a straight
クイー
face.
ジが張っているとはまだまだお子様だな。よみがえりし者よ。そんなに腹が減っているならば、バナナ一本ぐらい恵んでやろう。
いりません。
そもそもあのバナナ眉しのじゃん。
遠慮することはない。俺が恵んでやると言っているのだ。
変態のバナナなんて誰が食べるもんですか？
変態のバナナ。
Daru starts shaking as if he's been electrocuted. What? What's wrong?
変態のバナナを食べる。ぐずぐず。指くわえる。まずと顔をしかめる。
Looks like his cranial pervert processor is overclocking.
マキセシ、マキセシ。今のをもう一度お願いできる？できれば悔しそうな顔でよろ。
はい。
ほら、変態のバナナなんて誰が食べるもんかって。できればその後で、ああ、でも、もう付け加えてくれるとなおグッド。
Suddenly, Kurisu's face turns bright red. Well, just the bits under her eyes, anyway.
だるよ。お前はどうしようもないクズだし、最低の変態だが、今回ばかりはよくやったと言っておこう。
Payback is sweet! Now to follow up for maximum combo. Let's show this conceited little girl how true adults fight.
それで、マキセクリス、お前は今、何を想像したのだ？ぜひ教えてほしいの。さあ言え、天才少女、天才がどんな妄想をしたのか、ご考説願おうではないか。
Back to us with perked shoulders. Looks like she's capable of expressing human emotion after all. That rules out a robotic killing machine. Ah, I feel refreshed. Haven't felt this good in years. Way to go, Daru! That's my right-hand man, always gets the job done.
あんたたち二人とも変態だったのね。
いやー、
Don't admit it, you idiot.
お前に言われたくはない。
オーケー。生意気な振る舞いについては謝ります。
Kurisu sighs deeply and turns back to us. Her composure has already returned.
その原因があなた方のセクハラ行為にあったとしても、今は不問にする。
I wish she would stop saying for now. It's like she's gonna call the cops on me
詳
later.
しく教えてください。このバナナのことと、それとそっちの。
Kurisu glances at the phone wave, name subject to change.
電子レンジのこと。
Ha, silly
ト
girl.
ップシークレットだ。あえて部外者のお前に一つだけ教えてやれるとするなら、こいつの名前は電話レンジカッコ仮だということぐらいだ。
カッコ仮？何それ？
そのままの意味だ。名前はまだ仮なのだ。
名前なんてどうでもいい。
だが、名前以外は教えることはできないぞ。
でもさ、オカリン、マキセ氏ならこのヘンテコ機能について解明して
それは。
She is a genius. You would have to be able to defeat my sharp wit. We can trust her intellect at least, but it's hard to stomach her attitude. Plus, she has a danger written all over her face. Not to mention, she's a little scary too. Then I get a great idea.
ニヤニヤしちゃって。また何か変態チックなこと考えてる？
クリスティーナと言ったか、貴様。
誰がクリスティーナだ？一言も言ってないわ。
Hold on, I got email. Hold on. It's Mayuri. Hey, Daru-kun was taking a nap earlier, and I think he has sleep apnea. Really surprised me when he stopped breathing. Mayuri's talking about sleep apnea? Okay. I told him he should lose weight, but he won't listen. Ocarina, you should talk to him too. Okay. Christina sounds like the name of a Hollywood film star. It definitely has more flavor than her real
こ
name.
のレンジの秘密を教えてほしければ、俺と取引してもらおうか。
何よ？
まず一つ、貴様にはラボメンとなってもらう。
ラーメン？
ラボメンだ、バカ者。ラボラトリーメンバ
研究所のメンバーに迎えてくれるっていうこと？でも私、8月中にアメリカに帰る予定なんですけど。
ー。他者に秘密を漏らさないという誓約書を書いてもらうさ。もし破ったら、貴様がムッツリスケベの変態だとサイエンス誌に告発する。
Oh yes, Science Magazine. I love Science Magazine. God, is Science Magazine great.
鬼畜だな、オカリン。そのサイエンス発売されたら5冊買う。
ラボメンとなった暁には、帰国するまでゲストとしてその頭脳を我がラボのために役立ててもらって結構だ。
偉そうに。詳しく契約書を見せて。
そんなものはない。ここはサークルであって会社ではないのだ。
知識を提供するだけなら OK です。ただし、他に変態的なオプション契約があるなら、答えはノーよ。
取って食ったりしないから安心しろ。
セクハラはする気？
しないっつの。
さっきあなた、まず一つって言いましたよね。二つ目があるんでしょ？
二つ目の条件は、この俺が貴様に対して行ったセクハラ一歩手前の行為について全て不問にすることだ。
オカリンちっちゃえ。人としての器がちっちゃいっす。そこに痺れる、憧れる。
ダルに言われたくない。ちなみにダルのセクハラ行為はこの件に含まれない。そっちは二人で話し合え。
なんだとこら、ふざけるな。
こちらからの要求は以上だ。この2点を飲めないのなら今すぐお引き取り願おう。さあどうする？悪くない取引だと思うがな。
あんたにとってでしょ。
Pretty Sue puts her fingers to her brow and shakes her head in an exaggerated gesture.
ノルアドレナリンが過剰分泌されてる気分よ。開いた口が塞がらないわ。
貴様が顎関節症になろうとしたことではない。要求を飲むか飲まないか、さあ答えろクリスティーナ。
だからティーナってつけるな。私はクリス。
Pretty Sue looks at the ceiling to calm herself down. Does everyone in America make such exaggerated gestures? Sooner or later, she'll say, "Damn!" or "Oh my god!" or "Motherfucker!" Wow, that's really fucking slightly racist.
オーケー。取引する。
いい返事だ。今この瞬間君はラボ面ナンバー004となった。歓迎しようクリスティーナ。いや、ザ・ゾンビよ。
どっちも間違ってるから。ちゃんと呼べ、法王院。
Remember, ellipses means they're wet. We spend a minute staring each other down. Curtis is the first to look away. She does so in a way that says, "Good grief.
子供ですね。
You're such a child."
何か言ったか？天才変態少女。
ああもう、以後変態禁止。私もあんたのこと変態扱いしないから。もう許して。
わかればいいのだ。では本題に入ろう。ダルよ、クリスティーナに。
ティーナも禁止。
クリス君にこれまでに我々が行った実験について
Wow.
説明してやりたまえ。
だが断る。
In the end, I'm the one who has to explain. Along the way, I also relate the tale of my heroic deeds, which enrages Kurisu, of course. But I finally tell her everything about the bananas and the phone wave. Name subject to change. Kurisu doesn't ask any questions. She's quick to understand, as expected of a genius.
やっぱり興味深いわ。
貴様の見解を聞こう。
As I smash the shit out of my microphone.
少なくとも電磁波兵器やテレポートだっていうくだらない仮説は捨てるべきですね。
The lady doth protest too much.
もう一度実験してみてもいい？私もこの目で見てみたいの。
Kurisu plucks an untouched banana and sticks it in the microwave and starts entering the commands on her phone. It's strange. She's still wearing her usual frown, but I can't shake the feeling she's really enjoying herself. Can't put my finger on why, call it a hunch. But I mean, she is a scientist. Why shouldn't she enjoy experimenting?
岡部さんと橋田さんはバナナの方を見てて。
俺に指図しないでもらおうか。俺はマッドサイエンティストの方を。
いいからバナナから目を離さないでください。
Okay, so she's a little snippy. Daru and I do as we're told and stare at the bananas. Truth be told, we were planning to watch the bananas anyway. After missing it the first time, we are determined to witness what transpired with our own eyes.
60秒経過。何か変化は？
ないな。
Any second now, the jellified banana should reappear on the stem. If it only happens once, we can call it an accident and be done with it, but if it happens twice, then it's proof that something's actually going on. And then Kurisu will have to admit that I, the great Hohoyin Kyoma, have invented history's first teleporter. Humanity's first teleporter. I keep staring at the bananas until 100 seconds. A few moments after Kirisu's report,
Oh,
the gel banana suddenly appears without sound. Now there are 2 of them on the bunch. It happened faster than the blink of an eye.
出てきた。あ、
I'm at a loss for words. I just witnessed the unthinkable. The phenomenon is clearly teleportation. The microwave timer chimes. Kurisu picks into the microwave stumped.
そっちはどうだった？
104秒経過した時に消えちゃった。いきなり。
She's quite flustered. I don't think many people could remain calm after witnessing such a phenomenon.
やはりテレポートなのだよ。人類史上初のだ。
Kurisu quickly calms down. She furrows her brow and crosses her arms, tapping her right foot as she mutters to herself.
時間移動なんてそんなのありえるの？でも実際に移動したし、信じられないけど、量子テレポートかな。いや、あれは量子レベルでの話だし。
現実から目を背けるな。その目で見たものが全てだ。
She gives me a sharp look. Her eyes are like snipers. Hard and keen.
本当にテレポートなの？結論ありきで考えるのは危険よ。
ならば天才少女よ。今の現象は何だというのだ。
整理しよう。バナナの房や冷凍唐揚げの時はテレポートしなかった。そうよね。
例えばテレポートできるものの大きさに限度があるのかもしれない。
唐揚げってバナナより小さいじゃない。
実験にはいつも同じ唐揚げを使っていた。ワンパック12個入りだ。
Mayuri only buys her favorite, juicy chicken number 1.
そうなると結構な量だよな。
塩は？塩でも実験してみたんでしょ？
We used a handful of table salt on a plate for one experiment. Nothing happened.
お皿が邪魔だったか。
もちろん皿なしの状態でもやってみたが変化なしだった。
だったら食塩については一粒一粒を基準とした場合、小さすぎるからダメとか。とっかかりが欲しい。
Looks like our genius girl's fighting a hard battle. She starts pacing the room, looking a little annoyed.
他には電話レンジに関連することで気づいたことある？
Subject to change.
電話レンジ過去仮だ。
Not phone wave. Phone wave. Name subject to change.
どっちでもいいわよ、そんなの。どうなの？気づいたことあるの？ないの？
Kurisu's looking at Daru. Looks like she's asking him, not me. True, he should know more about the phone wave, name subject to change, than I do. He's done all the maintenance on it after all.
ああ、そうだ。一度こいつからすごい放電が起きたお。
何？そんな話は初耳だぞ。
オカリンがいない時だったからな。
放電ってどの程度？
この開発室が蛍光灯で照らされたように明るくなったんだよ。それが2秒くらい続いたかな。
どういう状況で起きたの？
こいつに繋いでる携帯の調整、専用のものを外して代わりに自分の携帯を接続して、そしたらしばらくしてビリビリ。
それはいつのことだ？
昨日の昼だよ。オカリンがドクター中鉢の発表会を見に行った時。
ドクター中鉢。
That's right, I went to see Dr. Nakabachi's conference yesterday. I thought it's been more days than that. Come to think of it, he stole his time travel theory from John Titor. Maybe the current John Titor is actually Nakabachi.
だが待て、ダルよ、お前が言ったはずだぞ。ドクター中橋の発表会が中止になったと。
そう、その時。でもオカリンは中止にもかかわらずマユシと一緒に出かけていったろう。
No, I don't remember that. After all, Nakabachi's presentation wasn't canceled the way I remember it. I still don't understand why my memories seem to disagree with everyone else's.
そういえばその時間、俺はダルにメールをした。着信しなかったのか。
メールって？
Email?
昨日 ATF で見せてくれたメール。
When I nod, Kirusu comes closer.
それって確か私がその発表会で男に刺されて死んだっていう内容だったわね。
Didn't it?
ああ、だがダルの携帯にはなぜか1週間以上前に届いていて。
は？あれってオカリンの嘘じゃないん？でないとタイムスタンプがおかしなことになるじゃん。
俺はいつも真実しか言わん。というか、そこまで言うなら送信履歴を見せてやる。
Whip out my phone and call history. Oh wait, it's the up box. Oh. No. How the fuck do I do this? Come on now. Makes no sense. Alright. But it's gone. Not a trace of that mail remains. According to my memory, I think it was about 30 minutes after Dr. Nakabachi's. About 10 people, including me, saw Kurisu's body, panicked, fled Radigan, and that's when I sent the email. But no matter how many times I checked, there's no record of it. It should be there, but it isn't. Just like the banana inside the phone wave, name subject to change.
なぜないんだ。
Where did it go? I could have sworn I sent it just before 1
昨日
p.m.
1時前には。
あ、まさにその時間だよ、放電現象が起きたのは。いいともが終わる直前だったからな。
Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes. Inspiration. Edison would be proud. This isn't something you can accomplish with effort. Basically, I'm a genius. I turned to Daru and Kurisu with a huge grin on my face.
なるほどな。そういうことだったのか。
何？
ああ、これはオカリンのいつもの癖だからあんま気にしない方がいいよ、マジで。
黙れ。俺は気づいた。気づいてしまったのだ。
Slap the top of phone wave, name subject to change.
俺が送ったメールの不可思議な現象と放電が起きたことにはズバリ何か関係がある。うん。
で、
は？
何か関係があるのは分かった。で、何かって何？
それを調べるのがお前の仕事だ、クリスティーナ。
橋田さん、この人と話すの疲れる。
最初はみんなそうだよ。基本的な対策は真に受けないこと。
そこ、俺の言動を全否定するな。
Whatever, I'll prove that I'm right. We can reproduce the electrical discharge phenomenon. It should bring us closer to understanding the timestamp mystery.
誰？放電現象が起きた時の電話レンジカッコ仮の状態を教えろ。
結構無茶な状態にしてたんだよな。自分の携帯を電話レンジにつなげてペケロッパで操作可能かどうかテストしてた。
Then I hear the door open in the lounge.
ただいまー。あー、お腹すいた。
Mayuri comes in carrying a convenience store bag. Looks like she's done with work.
唐揚げ食べようっと。ジューシー唐揚げナンバーワン。おかりん、バナナ買っといてくれた？ねえ、おかりん。
When she enters the development room, her eyes are so wide.
あれれ、お客さん？
When she notices Kurisu, Mayuri bows her head with her usual smile.
まゆしです。よろしくね。
マキシです。ラボメンになったみたいです。
ほんと？すごい！女の子のラボメンだ。
誰？ペケロッパでどんな操作を？
What are you doing with the 60,000?
さっき言った通り、メールの着信設定の調整だって。遠隔操作のためのメールを受け取った時のモニタリング用でさ。だから同時に120秒の冷凍機能を使ってた。PC からでも冷凍機能を起動できるようにしてやんだよね。昨日はそのテストもしてたんだ。
メリー、ジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンを電話レンジカッコ仮の中へ。
みんなも唐揚げ食べる？一個ずつならあげてもいいよ。
With her usual ditziness, Mayuri puts the chicken inside the microwave. Daru explains everything on the computer monitor means. Doesn't look that different from using DOS. I enter 120 pound on the keyboard and strike the enter key. The chain starts up. Juicy chicken number 1 starts spinning backwards on the turntable. Pretty Sue stares hard at the phone wave, name subject to change, as if to not let any anomaly, no matter what, escape her notice.
これで放電現象が起きた時の条件は再現したはずだな。
どうだったっけ？
そこに突っ立っている助手。
は？私？
他に誰がいるのだ？
いつから私はあんたの助手になった？
いいから、俺のメールアドに何かメールを送れ。
私、あんたのアドレス知らないわよ。
使えない助手だな。
勝手に助手にすんなと言ったろうが。
誰？お前の携帯からメールを。
なんて？
適当でいい。クリスティーナは変態。これで送れ。
変態禁止って言っただろ。
じゃあ間を取って、オカリンは変態？
この裏切り者め。
橋田さん、グッジョブ。
Zero thumbs up. I really don't like this.
あー、マユシーのバナナだ。
Sounds like Mayuri has found the results of our latest experiment.
メルバナになってるよ。
実験に使わせてもらったの。
これマユシーのなのに。
メール送信するぜ。
マユシーさん、お金は後で払うよ。そこの法王院さんが。
なぜ俺なのだ？
もう、どうしていつもマユシーの食べ物で実験するの？あ、もしかしてこの唐揚げも実験してるのかな？
そういうことだ。
はいはーい。送信するよ。送信ポチッとな。
おい待て、開けるのもやれ。
はや？
Blue-white light fills the room, crackling angrily like the heart of a storm.
これって
violent sparking sound. I grab my Yuri and pull her away from the microwave. Phone's name subject to change.
なんかやばくね?
We're gonna die! Thin cloud of smoke fills the room. It smells like something's burning. My eyes are numb from the flashing light. I try blinking several times to regain my sight. I can hear Kurisu and Daru coughing.
全員なんとか
2秒どころかもっと長い時間放電してなかった？
おかえり。何が起きたのかな。
My vision gradually returns. Mayuri looks perplexed.
大丈夫か？やけどとかしてないか？
どこも痛くないから平気だと思うけど。
Looks like covering Mayuri was the right choice. I may be insane and silent, but I still risk my life and limb for safety of my comrades. I gently let Mayuri out of my embrace. Phew, well, that was something. Wiped the sweat off my brow.
ちょっとこれ見て。
Kurisu's voice is strained. With my vision finally restored, I take another look around the room. And what I see strikes me speechless. The large table in the center of the room is made of thick solid wood. It can hold about 5 or 6 people without breaking. That's why we placed the fun wave, name subject to change, and the exit 68,000 on it. The table has been split in two as if by a woodcutter's axe. The computer and the other parts connected to the microwave are scattered across the floor. And the microwave itself has broken through the table. It's literally stuck in the floor.
どうなって、いくら電子レンジでも床に穴を開けるほど重くはないっしょ。
放電現象だけじゃこうはならない。それ以外の現象が。
Shake off my surprise. This is no time to stand there with jaw agape. Ho ho in kyoma. Seize the moment. Carpe diem. Seize the carp.
すべて計算通り。
First, some maniacal laughter. Next, I try to take out my phone and do the usual, but unfortunately, it's still plugged into the phone. Microwave. El Sai Kunguru. I whisper the words. Words that have no meaning. Words I simply use because they sound cool. These words have meaning because they have no meaning. After years of repeated use, just speaking them is enough to calm my heart.
マユシの唐揚げがひどいことになってる件について。
Mayuri stands up and looks inside the phone wave, name subject to change. It's embedded in the floor, but she somehow manages to pry the door open.
黒焦げだ。マユシの唐揚げ。
Pat Mayuri's head, shoulders to cheer her up. Juicy chicken number 1 made a noble sacrifice for the progress of the science.
冥福を祈ろうではないか。
唐揚げのことはどうでもいい。今は電話レンジに何が起きたのか解析するのが先。
どうでもいいなんてあんまりだよ。クリスティーナちゃん。
ちょっとそこのほーい京馬どうしてくれんのよ。マユシーさんが私の名前間違えて覚えてる。
それより換気した方がいいよ。
うるさい。黙れお前たち。
This shall be remembered as the moment that the greatest experiment of the century succeeded and brought humanity a step forward into a new direction. These guys have no right to ruin that with their foolish talk. My heart's pounding. I detach my phone from the phone wave, name subject to change. Luckily, it's completely unharmed. I open it still works. Did I have this many fucking emails? New emails should come at the top. However, my heart beats even faster. The topmost email isn't the one Daru sent before the discharge. This impossible phenomenon is exactly what I was hoping for. I look back through my email history, and there, I find it. Yes, I don't know why, but it was a success. The timestamp proves it. I received this email on July 24th, 5 days ago. This is the exact same thing that happened in my someone stabbed Kurisu email. A mail sent on the 29th arrived on the 24th. And just now, the truth was revealed to me in a flash of inspiration.
一連の出来事が映す唯一無二のことだ。この電話レンジカッコ仮に隠された機能の真実、それが見えた。直感というより、そう、これは確信。
教えて。なんだっていうの？
I feel my lips twist up into a grin. I meet Kurisu's glare head on.
まず最初に言っておこう。大発明のほとんどは何かの研究中に起こる偶然の産物であると。これをセレンディピティという。
脳書きはいい。
I dare she ruined my speech. Oh well, let's go to the point.
メールは過去へと送る。溶けかけた唐揚げは冷凍状態に戻った。房からちぎられたバナナは房へと戻った。
まさか。
As expected of my genius assistant.
まさかな。この電話レンジ過去仮はタイムマシンだ。
Chapter 2. Now I'm quick saved. Oh, okay, that's how I get to all that other crap. Okay. So, thanks for watching Steins Gate. Happy Thanksgiving. And I'll see you possibly, maybe later. I don't know. But take care. Bye-bye.